y'all doing? What's going on? I miss y'all. Listen, I started late today. It's 9:30. I was supposed to be here at 9:15. I apologize for that. I had some sleeping pills last night, and honey, I woke up late. I'm still drowsy. Don't you can't stand it? Have you ever took some sleeping pills and you still drowsy the next day, then the next day, then the next day? It can't stop, won't stop. But honey, I am here today, and we just got some news, breaking news about Diddy. Diddy said he's not going out without a fight, okay? He is shredding the lawsuits. One in particular, because we got to do one lawsuit at a time. TMZ. Okay, come on, Rashida. Ooh, Rashida, how you doing, girl?
Hey.
Honey, I'm still drowsy, okay?
I know that's right. I'm tired too, Gigi.
I said, dang, my voice. I hope I don't sound like Barry White and things. You know what I mean?
Not Barry.
Hell yeah. Sometimes when you get up, the voice go deep, like, damn, who the hell is that? Okay. I was like, damn, I hope I don't sound like goddamn Barry White. Sounded like a man and things. You know what I mean? I was nervous. I was like, hello. Let me test this voice out, okay?
No, you good, Gigi.
Oh, yeah. So I woke up this night, and TMZ, they just reported, honey, 59 minutes ago, Diddy is dismissing a lawsuit. He's dismissing a lawsuit, I guess, with the trafficking, because they say that he has some teeny bopper, 17-year-old on the plane and traveled to another place, and I guess they was getting the groove on. And, it's against the law. That's what she came out. But he is saying that the law wasn't even in fact when he allegedly did the crime. All right. So that is what they're doing. Did you hear about that, Rashida?
Yeah, I actually just heard about it like 5 minutes ago.
Bam. Yeah. So that's what he's doing. I don't know how is that to play. And then if we do open that case, can we indict all them slave owners and everybody that did some horrible crimes back in the day?
Right.
Because we want, the big payback. Come on.
Can we backdate it? I hope they let us backdate.
Yeah, well, if they let us backdate, then a whole bunch of people coming down. We might get our representations or whatever. What do you call that with the R word? Representations?
No, reparations.
Reparations, yeah. Y'all might get y'all.
They ain't not finna do that. They ain't giving us nothing.
A law is a law. Well, I have mixed feelings about representation, but I ain't gonna speak on that. But also I wanted to talk about Ernesto, Cheryl Strawberry husband. Strawberry and Steve Harvey, they're like thick as thieves. Cheryl Strawberry work on the morning show, and she sounds so nice and soft and educated. I couldn't understand for the life of me why she was with this man Ernesto. And Ernesto, I heard you was looking for me, man. Yeah, you had my name all in your mouth in that jail cell, talking about you gonna do something to me. What's up? Yeah, you locked down now. He is going down for a RICO fraud. Did you know this man Ernesto? He is just like a Diddy. To me, they all the same. Ain't no difference. He used Cheryl Strawberry. You know what I'm saying? He took her money and had another one of his whores living right down the street. I'm telling you, girl, these whores, and how she not know? How she not have any senses? They said she's a spiritual woman. Why didn't the spirits tell you? Ain't that the part of being a spiritual? The spirits should knock on your door and tell you something now, unless you just ignoring the spirits. You know what? I'm going to do what I want to do. That's my man. And she stayed down with that man. She was going to visit him in a jail and everything. Talking about, we going to get it out. Talking about, I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you. Why are you worried about him after all the stuff that he has done and all the stuff that's came out? And I'm sick of Cheryl Strawberry, because you know what else pissed me off about you, Cheryl? Your daughter, your own daughter told you your husband was touching on her daughter, and you ignored that, and you decided to stand with that man. Stop worshiping these men. Ooh, the worship of men is
Oh,
so serious.
Gigi, I didn't hear that one.
Yes. Look it up. Cheryl Strawberry daughter. He can't be around kids because he was touching on them. His grand. Well, that's not his grandkids, but Cheryl grandkids.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Cheryl picked that man over her daughter. Yes, yes, yes. And they were even talking about it. She even talked about it on the cell phone lines, and she didn't even know she was getting recorded. Okay. And she was talking bad about her daughter and everything, trying to pander to this man. She's like, I don't believe everything they're saying. I don't believe, honey. Her face got cracked, and she was going broke at a time because she was working with Steve Harvey and all this stuff came out. They had to not have her on the show. Then she went on the show. And I don't know. I think she just stepped down recently when they found out all this RICO stuff. But honey, I don't know if she's taking a blind eye to it or she's a part of it too. I don't know. And also, I wanted to mention Chrisean Rock. I don't know if you guys know her, but honey, she's a menace to society.
She's been a menace.
She is a menace, honey.
She is.
What she had knocked big man out. She knocked that Big Back James. Okay, knocked his ass out. Okay, the bust his tooth out and everything. Girl, you better. But she's coming back. She's lifting weights, getting stronger than ever, looking like a damn hawk. But she got a baby on the side of her, and everybody been talking about her baby. They're like, what is up with that baby? What's going on? Because during her pregnancy, we saw Chrisean drinking and smoking. We saw you, and she had no shame. Okay, no shame at all. She put it out on the internet. She was fighting while pregnancy, and people are saying this is a curse. It's gonna come back to haunt you. And she is a Christian. Okay. She get on the internet and she said, I'm a Christian, and she judged other people while she's doing all the wicked stuff. Make it make sense, but that's what they do. All right. So Chrisean Rock, she was at the dinner. She was eating her face, and she had a baby. And people were talking about that baby. They said that baby don't look right. They said something wrong. They said, why the baby ain't holding his head up right? The motion, the function is all off, and she just keeps on ignoring it, but putting the baby in our faces, trying to act like everything is fine. Then you got her Chrisean Rock people that champion her no matter what she does, and they're like, leave her alone. She won't leave us alone. She was doing good when she was not on the internet and I didn't see her, but now I see her. I got something to say. Okay, every time I see her, I'm gonna have something to say. Okay, you got something to say, so why can't I have something to say? Honey, she should have just stayed back. And you know why she's not coming out on the internet, right, Rashida? Let me tell you about this girl. She's another one, the man worshiping, honey. She got this man named Blueface, her baby daddy. He don't even want her. He's using her too. Okay, what is up with these sisters allowing these men to use them like this? What is up with it? Love yourself. Love yourself. Right. Honey, he been putting paws on her. We all seen it on the internet, honey. And it got so bad, she was hoping and wishing he would go to jail. But now he's in jail. Now she's the biggest one protesting, free my baby daddy. Make that shit make sense, Rashida. Right. What's going on in these girls' mind with this stuff? But honey, did you know that her baby daddy exposed her baby private parts of the whole world? She called him a pedo. She accused him of being gay. She says that one time she swear that he was talking to another man. She was calling him gay. She came out with a song talking about he's a Fruit Loop, and now she's back with that Fruit Loop. Okay.
She ain't never left them, Gigi.
if you're gonna listen, we don't want to hear about it. If you're gonna accept your Fruit Loop man, just be quiet about it. Okay, okay, but every time things go wrong, and it will go wrong once Blue Faces get out of jail, she's gonna come crying on the internet playing that damn victim. I'm sick of it. Okay, okay. So with this, she did get a tattoo of Blueface on her face. Make it make sense.
She got, ooh, that first tattoo, he didn't even know nothing about it. She wasn't his girlfriend. They wasn't messing around. She got that tattoo without him even know the first one. Because
Oh,
she has quite a few tattoos of him on her.
yeah. And honey, I think I don't know if she got problem. I think it's problem. I mean, she needs to step into a 12 step program. Now she said that she's not on the drugs no more because she was on those sugar boogers real bad and she was drinking heavy and smoking that marijuana. But she says she's not doing that anymore. She's gonna eat and she's getting healthy because she's worried about her athleticism. Okay. So honey, well, at least she's strong enough when Blueface come back and whoop on her. They go back to back, honey. Okay, she's gonna be busting them up with them muscles and things.
She was
So,
already busting them up.
well, honey, now she's getting stronger. She's getting stronger, girl.
Yeah.
I tell you, but she's so short. But she busts up anybody. She wear those rings too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sad sight to see. So going back to Diddy, what? Oh, C. Allen, C. Allen. It's been a minute, girl. What's up?
Hey, how are you? How you doing, Gigi?
Good. Where you been at, C. Allen?
In the comments.
All right.
Yeah, you've been overlooking me. No, I'm joking.
All right. So Rashida, I start with you. Your thoughts about Diddy fighting to destroy these charges because he says when when he allegedly did these accidents, the law was not in effect. Your thoughts?
My thoughts is if he did it and they got proof, he going down. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Got it. So it does not matter the timeline. It doesn't matter that that law was not in place in 91. It got placed in 2008, or I don't know when it got placed, but it got placed later. That doesn't matter.
Right.
Okay. C. Allen, what are your thoughts on that?
Diddy is just trying to deflect from the situation. He's already lost a lot of money. He's already lost a lot of sponsorships and deals. So right now he's really trying to protect whatever little bit he does have. So this is just a deflection, but I mean people can appeal all day long. That doesn't mean it's going to work.
So the issue is besides Diddy, is
It's
could they
it's
go forward with could we open up or sue people about crimes that was not invented when they did that crime? I think that is the scope of it here to see are they going to open it up so we can sue people on crimes that's today but was not invented during the time they did the crime. So I think that is the question.
that's how
Rashida, go ahead.
all laws are. Oh, go ahead, Rashida.
Well, I think that even if they don't grant her the right to sue, right? Because, like you said, the law wasn't in place when he did it. He got so much stuff on him that he's justice will be served anyway, as long as the proof is there.
Got it. So you're saying maybe not in this case, but the other case, because he has many lawsuits.
Many.
We're
Mm-hmm.
just talking about one or two of many lawsuits. So I guess he got to do them one at a time. That's why they said that guy, what's his name? Little Rodney case has been on hold because he has to work out this case first. So I guess
Right.
one lawsuit at a time, and Diddy is fighting back. And you expect him to fight back. You wouldn't expect him to lay back and just take it. So this is his fight back, and we have to see if it's going to work or not. And if it does work, and they did get him on these crimes, then that means that a lot of crimes that people did back in the day that are crimes today, but was not crimes back in the day, it can open up that box so people can sue too. Because I'm
But
sure have trauma on the crimes that was taking place on them long time ago, but
But
the crime, the law wasn't invented then.
right. And that's kind of like, did he like, how did he word that? Because it's almost like he's saying, yeah, I did it, but that law wasn't invented then. You
Well,
can't.
I think that's what people would take from it, but he did not say he did it, because
Oh,
people,
okay.
when it depends if you're in assumption community, if you're in a community, a conspiracy community, it's not actually what they just put shit together. Well, if I see you come out a room, right, and I know John in there, then conspiracy speculation, well, you was having sex with John in that room. I seen you came out. Yes, you did. Yes, she was. I seen you came out, Rashida. You came out. Okay. And it looked like one of your bra straps was loose too. So I know y'all was doing something. I mean, that doesn't mean that you actually were doing something, but in this case, he's just saying that these laws were not created. So how could you pin this on me when this wasn't even created?
But
Um,
that's
if,
almost
if,
like
if he
saying he did
says
it.
if he says I did it, then that's a whole different issue. That's a whole you're admitting to it. But you have to realize too, this is just not Diddy, right? Diddy has his lawyers to speak for him, so I'm sure this is what they're doing. Because I don't think Diddy would
Exactly.
just say, "Hey,"
Right.
and I think we have to keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
The
Because
representation of Diddy does not mean that Diddy is saying everything that's coming out that is
yeah.
They're speaking on his behalf. He's not to speak on
correct.
anything because he's
'Cause-
not a legal analyst. He doesn't have a law
Thank you.
right.
degree. They're
Right.
speaking on his behalf and they're going to find every little loophole to get out of certain charges. So that right there, they're like, okay, this wasn't considered a crime at this time. So in a sense, it's almost like he's semi-admitting to it, but it's like, but even if it did happen, how can you charge me with this? Because this wasn't considered a crime when you said it occurred. So you got to just throw this out anyway, unless you're being biased. So it's a lot you got to look at in the type of lawyers that he has because they may have an issue with the judge where they're like, okay, well, we need you to recuse yourself because you are being biased to the situation. We may need to move it to another state. It's so many different ways this can go with this one simple charge that they're trying to use over time. But a real prosecutor will look at how the crime took place and try to
Right.
find that loophole on where
Right.
there was a crime committed to get to that point.
Like
And
putting
also saying, and the
stuff in the
company
drink.
here for it, thank you, says that Bad Boy Records or Entertainment did not exist during those times either.
So it just falls on him then. So do
Yeah.
we remove
But
Bad
what
Boy
about the
Records?
part of him putting substances, giving her that's illegal. So is it are they talking about the whole thing of him giving her something or
Well,
just the essay?
it's not the whole case. It's just certain parts of it.
They're
Um,
Um,
trying to pick it apart.
right. Thank you, C. Allen. Keep going. They are picking it apart. And people are saying when you come with these lawsuits, you have to make sure everything is together. So with this Dickerson girl, do you know who her lawyer is, C. Allen? Do you know the
Well,
people that's back behind her?
no, I have not did no research on it because honestly, it was like, dang, Diddy, like this getting ridiculous.
hold on, I'm about to look it up.
All right. All right, so I want to let you guys know the phone lines are open. It's working today, surprisingly. So feel free to call in if you have something to say about this or if you have an opinion.
But I mean, it was a lot that happened in that in which she filed that was criminal, and to try to just dissect a certain part of it, that's just weird to me. And I think it has a lot to do with her not being as famous as Cassie, because look how quick Cassie was done. So he's looking at it like, oh,
But I
you're
think
nobody.
you can't see Alan to compare Cassie with this girl.
That's
I
what I'm
think that's
saying.
day and night because
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like she was like there with them in a real relationship and she was profiled. This girl wasn't. She just happened to be a young girl that was around Diddy before he was Big Diddy, Puffy, whatever. all of that. And that's what I'm saying. That's why her case is going to be so much harder. He's the same person. He's the same character. So he more than likely he did what he did. But now he can
We
really
understand that he may be guilty, but this goes into the fight of the courts.
mm-hmm.
And do she really have a case? Because people can do stuff all day and be real guilty, but is she gonna win the case or not?
I'm thinking she should, but with his lawyers trying to pick it apart, I think they probably settle outside of court, in my opinion. But they're just trying to give her pushback right now to see how far she's continuing to push her and her lawyers. But I still think it'll settle before it really goes to court.
Now, with Dickerson case, can you tell me exactly what he did in Dickerson case?
He did what he been doing. Just was like what, over 20, almost 30 years ago.
No, just break it down, C. Allen, because if people don't know what he did to Dickerson, because I know you said he did it, so I want you to tell us what did he do.
Let me say allegedly. Hold on now, because it's
Okay,
your
well, what
channel.
did he do allegedly?
He
And Dickerson case only.
Okay, with Dickerson case with Puffy or Sean Combs at the time, he allegedly got her, what's the word I'm looking for? And what he did, he put some substance in her beverage.
The
Got
fly.
her, yeah,
He put the fly in her drink.
yeah. And he took advantage of her. And I don't even know how old she was, but this was in the early 90s. But either way, he took advantage of her, got her, intoxicated, where she was not able to consent for herself. And he was aware of that because that was his intent. And then he took advantage of her immobility.
Got it. So this is not the case of the trafficking.
No.
Okay, so this is another Dickerson. So where were they at the time? Were they at his house, at a party? Where did this take place?
With the Miss Dickerson Neal case, I'm not sure where it took place at. I just know that it happened in the early 90s, very early 90s. And she's coming back for her almost like reparations almost 35 years later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we all want our representation. I keep calling that shit representation.
Reparations.
Reparations. We want our damn. What would I do with that money, girl? I don't even believe. You know what it is? I don't believe that it exists. So I can't really believe in it because I can't imagine the government gonna send me a big old check. I can't imagine that. My goodness.
No, they're not. They're not
If
doing
they
that.
did that, I would really look into Black history more
They
seriously.
do that with taxes with that fake earned income credit. The less you earn, you get a earned income credit. That's the
Uh,
reparations.
got it.
By
Well, let's
staying
take some
poor.
calling from
Phillips, and
816. You're live on the air.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Do you have me on speaker?
No, I'm in the bathroom right now.
Yeah, it sound kind of off,
I'm
but
doing
go
my
ahead.
hair.
It sound like you have me on an
Can you hear me better
earpiece or
now?
something.
Can you hear me clearer now?
Yeah, but it sound kind of back far low, like you have me on some type of device. But go ahead. We can just make it real quick.
No, it really doesn't matter because I'm a troll, bitch.
Oh, okay. See there?
Okay, they got time on their hands. All
they
right.
do too much.
219,
Too much
are
energy.
you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, can you turn the
I'm
radio
here.
down because it's an echo?
Yeah, my radio is down. It's been
Okay,
down.
talk to me.
Yeah, I wanted to have a couple of words about Cassie. I don't feel that bad for Cassie. First of all, I mean, I understand what she went through. She's a pretty girl, and so I assume she thought everything was going to go for her. It was going to be her way. But Diddy switched it up on her. Basically, he won. She wanted him to get married. He didn't want to marry her. She was real cool with his kid's mom. Wasn't she real close with her before she stopped having companionship with Diddy. So she already was a backstabber.
Hmm.
And then she started having relations with Diddy, and then he basically pimped her out. She thought she was gonna get married to him, and he let her go. But she
Hmm.
did get a little 30 mil, what have you. But that's how I look at it. The table
Okay.
was turned on her because she was a stink in the beginning for dealing with him.
Hmm.
All
Mhm.
right, Mike, what's your thoughts? Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Salute, salute, ladies. Great to
Hey,
see
Hey,
you.
Mike.
Mike.
Salute.
Hi, Mike.
The whole. Hey, how are you? How are you? I guess we're talking about now. If you're talking about the Cassie's intentions, if you ask my opinion, I think Cassie isn't innocent. I just think that she went into seeing a man who was very powerful, and seeing her career could advance, and she probably had love for him. I think she did. I mean, I'm just telling you. Just this is my opinion, allegedly, and he just basically ran her through the mud. And when
Mhm.
you're an innocent and you get with someone very negative, that negativity can rub off on you. In other words, you can turn somebody evil. Does that make sense? You can turn somebody the other way. And I think Cassie at first was a very positive, very innocent person, and I think that he turned her
Oh,
to that bad side. That's just what I believe. That's just me. Go
okay.
ahead.
So
Yeah.
219, we'll give you back on pause. Now, Mike, can you talk about the new information that's coming out? Diddy is fighting the lawsuit. I know you know about that. So talk to us about what's her name? Dickerson? That's her name, Dickerson?
Yeah,
I
Jared
did see that.
Dickerson.
I did see that, and so basically, I don't know if he has the money to settle it. For him to settle, and ladies, listen to me. For you to give somebody $30 million in 24 hours, you guilty as hell. That's all I'm trying to say. You
We
ain't
know,
giving that.
we know he's guilty.
But I'm saying, like, if it was like $1 million, I understand that. You're talking about $30 million in 24 hours. So now this other lady's come out against him, but I don't even know if he has the money to pay this lady. I don't know. But there's going to be a laundry list of people coming after him,
So
wanting payouts.
so Mike, it seems like his lawyers is pretty much saying, and people want to know as well, besides Diddy, can we sue people on crimes that was not invented during the time the crime happened?
It's a slippery slope. It's going to be up to the judge, but it's possible because it's intent. Um, it's
Mhm.
criminal intent. So it's a slippery slope. If the statute, so it'd be a statute, right? A law statute that wasn't implicated yet could be retrospected. I mean, it's kind of hard to
That's what
explain.
they did in New York, Mike. Remember,
I
they
believe
opened
that
it back up
heard it
for
before.
Yeah,
people to come in and bring cases that may have been out of statute or happened before it was a law. That's what she did. She actually submitted her case in 2023 before that timeline ran out because they gave them a certain amount of times, bring your cases up if you had something happen to you that either fell out of statute or did not happen when this law was in effect.
yeah. It'd
That's
be a
one, C. Allen, that's one. But what about the other crimes that she's doing? Because it says he's not doing it to all the crimes she accused him of. It was just, I think, um, two of them he didn't, but the other ones he did.
But that's my thing. That's why I said they're trying to pick it apart. And that's why I said I still don't think they're going to settle. They're trying to get her to amend. That's what they're trying to do. And like Mike said, $30 million you had to pay out to Cassie. Then you got case after case after case of your lawyers. Even though you're not dealing with them right now, you have to pay these lawyers who you already have on retainer to go through these things. And you don't have just one lawyer. You don't have two in this situation. You have a team of lawyers
yeah,
working on all these things. You have to pay these people as you're getting slammed with lawsuit and now a RICO charge. This
yeah,
man is trying to avoid paying her, and the lawyers are really trying to help him by doing a pushback Because like I said, he done lost so many deals that a lot of his money was coming from. He got to
Yeah, so
pay some
basically,
deals back.
you got it. So they're gonna so anything any capital he has, any liquid money he has, is going to be taken away. In other words, the lawsuits are going to bleed him dry, so to speak. And he does have properties and stuff like that, but if they have liens on them, the bank's not just going to give him the deed to sell it. And then, like you said, he has. So if you sue me, right? If you sue me, it's one lawyer versus my one lawyer, right? And you can mitigate how much it costs. These cases are 6 to 10 lawyers. I mean, these are huge cases. You have investigators, you have litigators, you have all these different people involved. Diddy is done. Look at his face. He aged 20 years in 1 year. You notice that, ladies? Like you can see that
Yeah.
all that
Absolutely.
that all that weight on him. So all that stress, it's just like the president, right? I'm gonna switch just real quick. Like the president will come in office, right? He'll look young and vibrant, and then 4 years later, he looks like crap because it's all that stress that he has to deal with. But Diddy, look at his face; he looks like a different person. That to me, as a therapist, tells me that he is comparable. In other words, he is guilty. He's because if you weren't guilty, you'd sleep well at night. You wouldn't worry about it. You'd be like, all right, I'm getting all this crap at me. But him paying that money to Cassie is literally an admission of guilt. I mean, you don't give a woman $30 million or $1 million or $100,000 if you're not guilty of something. Does that make sense, ladies?
In
It
24
makes
hours.
perfect. It makes
Yep.
perfect sense. But you know what I found strange? That the first set of lawyers he had, he completely fired them. And this new team of lawyers, they're a specialist. They certain lawyers specialize in trafficking. Why did he do that? That showed guilt to me. That part.
That
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily, even though I'm not siding with Diddy, that doesn't necessarily show guilt. That's just showing your best interest as a client. You want your lawyer. That's like if I go to court, let's say I'm going through a divorce. I'm not going to get somebody that's a defense attorney that handles somebody that sells, narcotics. I'm going to get a family law attorney. So, in that sense,
Exactly.
so
Yeah.
he
But
was
he got the lawyers before the federal case came out against him.
because
He did that.
he was already dealing with the Cassie case and he has already been threatened. We don't know the behind the scenes. We just know the public stuff that has come through the courts.
Right.
He has already been threatened. This whole thing with Cassie didn't just start. He has already been threatened, not just by Cassie. He has been threatened by other women about things that have been done. It just never got to the level that it has with Cassie. And then he paid that 30 million or whatever the amount was within 24 hours. Period. That just
That
opened a whole can of worms for other victims and for the government.
you
That
right.
RICO
You
that
right.
Rico is putting all his money on hold because we need
Mm-hmm.
to see where did that money come from to fund your life. So you don't have access to funds. You may not even have access to your home because how did you fund your home?
But isn't his home in his mom or his son's name?
It
It's not
doesn't
in
matter
his.
who name it is. How did the money for the home? How was the home bought back? If you have these type of charges because they know criminals do these things,
Yeah.
they're going to look into, okay, so how did your mom all of a sudden get this money if she don't make but such and such based off of her tax
Right.
information,
I
He's
based off
think
of her
That's
tax
it's
report?
all also nerdy to say, or this is what I heard. Okay, I heard that Cassie, she was went to Diddy and she wanted the money. Diddy said, "Nah, get the hell out my face," like he do everybody else, because Diddy is just not about to give no money out to nobody. It don't matter if he guilty or not.
Right.
doing it. He ain't paying no hoe. But they are saying that Cassie went after the record company, the people over Diddy, and that pressured him, especially after she put out the lawsuit with all that stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
so people also feel that he didn't pay because he feel that he should pay. Was he guilty of the crimes? Most people think yes, he was guilty of the stuff that he did. However, his pay it wasn't like he paying because I'm feeling sorry and I know I dealt it. People are saying he paid because he was pressured to do so, and the other companies, I guess Epic and whoever, did not want to get hit, so he paid it off to try to stop it.
That don't
Yeah.
make a bit of sense.
But and that's what and another thing, like they said that in the lawsuit, he also stated that a lot of them in the industry, especially Diddy, they do wire transfers. So a lot of his money is not even here.
There you go. There you
Yep.
go. We talked about this. We talked about this a couple days ago, and basically they do offshore accounts, but basically what Diddy's doing right now is he's diverting his assets to a family member. So
Right.
basically,
He's still
on
broke
paper,
technically.
he looks like he's not worth anything, but his money is with the family member, and then the diversion of assets, to other parties. And let me tell you
Right.
something. You can say that you're worth all this money, right? But you don't own the house. You may make payments on it, and on paper, it's your asset, but it's not fully paid off. Diddy is probably worth, in my opinion, and I'm just maybe 50, $60 million, which that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. He's not worth no $900 million. He may have that in assets, but
Correct,
those
but that's not in
assets
the bank.
But
Right.
those assets, yeah, they're not paid off. They're
Hmm.
loans. And as soon as they're catching on to all the crap he's done, the bank's going to be like, I'm out. I don't want to be associated with this person no more. And then once all these lawsuits hit, he's going to be broke. He's going to be
Yeah,
broke.
the
And
I
assets
then
that he do have left with RICO, like I said, they're going to freeze them because it's a
I
pending
I'll
think
give you an
RICO
example.
case.
I
I'll give you
think
an
Burkle's
example.
still funding him though. I think Burkle gonna give up a lot of money in this case. I really do.
I think everybody's going to distance themselves from him. They want to get away from this guy. This guy's a
Hmm.
dirtbag. They don't want anything to do with him. Any bank that's going to fund him is going to get criticism. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be like, "Yo, what? You know what I'm saying?" So people are going to run for the hills, and he doesn't have enough capital. In other words, physical money. To basically fund himself. If he was smart, he'd leave the country. If he was smart, but he can't now because now
Hmm.
HSI's got him on lock. Now he can't leave. See, Russell Simmons bounced. He bounced out to Bali. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now Puffy can't leave. He's on lock, and I'm
Got it.
telling you, they're gonna crush him. They're gonna crush him like a walnut.
Got it.
And
We do
I
have
mean,
another caller. Hold on, Mike. We have another caller. Caller from 615. You're live on the air. Can you turn the
Hi,
background or
Gigi. This is
something?
Kiki.
Hey, girl, what's up, Kiki? But your radio, I hear something in the back. Can you please, Kiki?
Okay, I don't have anything on. You
Okay.
hearing something? I might have to call back.
Let me. I think. Hold
Can
on.
you,
Let me. Yeah, I hear an echo. Do you hear me? I hear something in the background. Okay, Kiki.
okay, can you hear me now?
I ain't never not heard you, Kiki. I always hear you,
Oh,
Kiki.
okay.
It's just hello, hello. Okay, you did it. Whatever you did, you did it. Talk to me, Kiki.
Okay. So again, I wanted to explain Cassie lawsuit from a business standpoint. Okay. Cassie's lawsuit again was filed for monies that she felt she was due as an artist.
Cassie signed in 2005
Hold on,
a
Kiki. Say it
10
again.
record
Hold on.
deal.
Say it again, Kiki. Okay. So
Her
because
lawsuit.
wait, Kiki. Wait.
Mhm.
Let's break this shit down. Sorry to cuss. Break it down.
Okay.
Because how I'm thinking she want money because she was essay and put hands on. So you saying that was not the initial?
That was not the case.
Well, hold on. I don't think we know that. Wait, KK. Wait, KK. Okay. A lot of people don't know it because that's not how it's brought to us. Hold on. I want to know in the comment section. Okay. If I ask y'all in the comment section, why did Cassie start her lawsuit? What would y'all tell me? I think most people would say because Diddy didn't kidnapped her and put paws on her.
Because he did all of that stuff to her, but she did file as an artist. She didn't file as a girlfriend.
Yeah, Rashida, we missed that boat because we didn't know all the information. It's so out here. Nobody is talking about her legacy, Rashida. Nobody's talking about an artist.
KFC was saying it that night. That's what she was saying. She was saying, how do you know that the money he paid her was for what he did to her and not for the money that she felt like she lost?
That's the masses. Everybody running with the narrative. Nobody's talking about her artistry. Nobody's talking about the years that she lost for being an artist as Cassie. Nobody's talking about her dreams, how her dreams was crushed. And time that was wasted. Nobody is. Do you see a lot of reports talking about that?
Nope.
Hell no. They missed it.
Even though I knew it, I still was going off of her pain and suffering during that time. Even though I knew she filed as that, I still was looking at it the other way. So
yeah. So a lot of stuff is still missing. Okay. So Kiki says, and I believe that she's right, that Cassie started off, this how it all started. It did not all start with Diddy putting hands on her. It didn't all start. She came from the point was, say that again, Kiki.
Yeah, it was due to, she was suing him for money that was due to her
as a business. Okay.
Artist.
And that's why she went. Hold on, Kiki. I'm going to interrupt. Let's have a conversation. Can we have a conversation, Kiki? Because I'm going to act slow for the slow people in the back because, sometimes we don't get it. And okay, so that's why she came for the record companies because it had to do with her music.
Right.
That makes sense.
Exactly.
That makes sense because I'm thinking, Kiki, people push certain, stuff, but they don't pull the whole thing. I'm like, okay, so she got knocked in the head and, he got dragged her around and make her do all these freak offs because all we hear is freaky stuff, sexual stuff. And I guess because we are triggered by freaky stuff. We are triggered by violence. So that's what get us attention. When we look into music, all we hear is freaky stuff and violence. When the movies, all freaky stuff and violence, that's what gets our attention. We say we don't like it, but we stay triggered looking at it. But so I'm assuming that's why they went with that approach. But it started off because I was like, okay, so she's suing the record company because of the freak offs. But you're saying no, that's not correct. She went for the record companies. Say that again.
Yeah, she went for the record company for the monies that were due to her. If you're in that industry, she went to
the record because we gotta drill it in the head, Kiki. You see, when you talk, if you just talk like a paragraph, we're not gonna get it. I promise you. You're gonna have to say it. You see how they drill freak offs. That's all we know. Freak offs. That's all we know. All we know. TD Jake's bottom. That's all we know. We don't know nothing about no damn record company and all that. And she owed money and nobody give a damn about Cassie for real. All we care about them freak offs. But so Cassie, she felt like something was due to her. Why? And I'm going to question you, and I know you don't know the answers, but try to do to the best of your ability. Why did Cassie feel shorted? Why did she feel like something was due to her based on her career?
Well, she was signed to a 10 deal album deal.
By
in
who?
2005.
By who?
By Diddy.
Diddy. Now, did Diddy do it by himself? Was the record labels on that contract?
Well, she was signed. Yeah.
Talk about it.
Record label.
I need all the record labels, right. Kiki. Don't leave nothing out. I'm gonna drill you, Kiki. Okay. Come on.
Right. So if you are an artist, which is, I mean, it's odd that she was signed to a 10 deal because that's not usually the standard in the music industry. But if an artist is signed to, let's say, a 7 deal record label, and or they have to put out 7 records. If that artist wanted to get out of the contract, they would be considered in breach of contract if they had not made those 7 albums. So if she was signed to a 10 record deal, we do not have 10 albums from Cassie. Why don't we have 10 albums from Cassie? So then,
can I say something really quick?
And Diddy.
Hold on, C. Allen. Let her finish her train of thought because I've been interrupting her.
Okay, no, I was just saying because I'm actually reading the lawsuit.
Oh, she's talking about Cassie lawsuit. You talking about that one, C. Allen?
Yes, the one that was filed November 16, 2023.
So are you saying Kiki got something wrong, C. Allen?
It's a lot of wrong.
Oh, Kiki, they say you got it wrong, girl.
What's wrong?
Okay, hers was not filed off of being an employee per se, because that's pretty much what you're saying, is that it was filed off of what she expected her employer to do. This was not something that she filed against her employer. She filed it against Bad Boy Records, Sean Combs, Epic Records, Combs Entertainment, and Doe Corporations 1 through 10, which is pretty much the corporations that's affiliated with him that were aware of his behavior. She was not going after money that was due to her. She was going after all of the anguish that she went through, not for money for missing from her not doing any type of music or what he had promised her. This was strictly coming after him for the things that he did to her that mentally, physically, and emotionally affected her that had nothing to do with the job. It has everything in here and starts off with the complaint saying that he even aggravated her in her preliminary statement from her lawyer on line 2. When he named her, when he received that Lifetime Achievement Award at BET, he said, and also Cassie, for holding me down in dark times, love. That was a trigger to her. Then after that, it says he armed Miss Ventura in her own home after she tried to leave him. Often, used his hands, and Miss Ventura resulted in bruises. Messed up a man called Real Fiery that she was romantically interested in. Forced Miss Ventura to engage in things with other male workers while doing his own thing and filming it. Ram out of his apartment with Pow Pow and pursue a rival industry executive whom he learned were nearby. Demanded that Miss Ventura carry stuff. Wow. And then lived a lifestyle of excessive alcohol. Nowhere in this lawsuit, it just states that when she got with him, her age, it states that. It states that she did sign his label, but this is not what this lawsuit was for. This lawsuit had nothing to do with her getting her songs out or all of that. This lawsuit had everything to do to the things that he did to this young lady or the time span that she was under this man's spell.
See, Alan. Ooh, Kiki, you lying to me, Kiki?
No, I knew that because I read the lawsuit. What y'all don't understand is she has to explain that in the lawsuit as to why she filed the lawsuit. Because in other words, if I'm sitting up here and I'm saying, okay, well, I was signed to a 10 record deal, why didn't it happen? Well, this is all that happened. This is why I was not. This is why my records didn't come out. This is why I was not promoted as an artist, because all of this was going on in the background.
It states she was an employee, but it does not state that this was the reason of this lawsuit.
Got it. So Kiki, where you
They
get
both right,
information from?
Gigi.
Oh, they both right. Rashida,
Yes,
thank you, girl.
she found
Rashida
her.
said Kiki and C. Allen, they both right, honey. Okay, girl.
No, because she filed under the fact like she was an artist,
Employee?
but she
Yeah.
was going for the emotional distress that she endured while being his artist slash girlfriend. So they both are right
Hmm.
because it's all in the lawsuit, but she went more into detail about the emotional distress that was caused because the contract she signed with him as an artist, none of those things had anything to do with her artistry.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Wow. I just want to say Kiki, C. Allen, Rashida. See, that's what I love black girls. Black women rock. Girl. How y'all all came and connect the dots? Hold
Yeah,
on.
we all read our portion and put it together. So, and nothing against you, Kiki. I'm just reading it like in live time because I'm like, hold on now. And I see what you're saying because it say like as an employer, this what she thought. But she was saying over the 10 years how all this stuff happened to her. And I'm going to the end. And I'm like, okay, so what are you really trying to get out of this? Like, what are you seeking for? And it's just about the personal, her emotional damage, the physical damage, all of that. She ain't say
Yeah.
nothing about getting her music out or nothing. She just gave a whole story. Pretty much this 35-page lawsuit gave her a story of how she started with Bad Boy and how it ended.
I
So
wish we could have got all the pages.
C.
But
Allen,
you
hold on. Do you see Kiki's point? How
Hmm.
it began? Can
Yeah.
you break that down, C. Allen?
Yes, like Rashida said, like I said, we all saw it from different perspective. And yes, because it does start like when I read it, it goes into how she became an employee and that's how she met Diddy. Like it's really a timeline of events.
So,
Not
CC Allen, you see it as one way. You see it as a timeless event. But when I talk to Kiki, she tells me the lawsuit started because Cassie did not get what she was owed based on her career. And she said that
Yeah, and I
she
think
put
she,
all that in there to say this is why my career didn't go off because Diddy was doing this to her and that to her and that to her. C. Allen, do you understand what Kiki is saying? Do you get it?
yeah, I'm just going off of what I'm reading though. That
Got it. But what do you believe, C. Allen?
I'm just believing the lawsuit itself.
So you
She
don't believe Kiki?
I'm not saying I don't believe. Yes, she probably went in under because it said a hostile work environment. So she went in and did this under. This is the 8 cause of action. So
So when
she
they
went
say
in
under
under.
a work environment, then that means that it
That's
takes
part
us
of it.
away from home. It takes us away from our home of living, and it takes us, okay, this is work related.
Correct.
right,
But
So
it
that
does
right.
has
not say
so
anything about money due to her.
we are work related. Okay, we are work
But
related. But
either
Kiki
way,
said it's a overlining that a lot of people are missing, including myself. So go ahead, Kiki.
yeah, that's just basically what I wanted to say.
Can you
Because
say it
I
again,
understand that
Kiki?
people
Say it
were saying,
again.
well, I don't feel sorry for, Cassie. Um, to that, I would say I can understand why some people may feel that way, because they feel like she sat up there and allowed that. She probably did that. She, like I said, she probably did care for him at some point. She probably definitely felt manipulated. But again, what I'm also looking at is the business aspect of it. A 10 album deal. She never put out an album. The reason why she did not put out the album was because, like I said, he pulled a bait and switch with her. Okay, I'm gonna sign you on it as an artist. I'm gonna get with you. I'm getting with you. Now we doing this, that, and the third, and so forth. And that's understandable, with all that she was going through, that she also wants to get paid for pain and suffering. But also remember that she signed a deal that the record labels and he did not enforce, or that he did not live up to. So she's probably also feeling like there's money that I could have gotten as an artist, and things were not put in place for me to grow as an artist or be promoted as an artist. And this is why, because all of this stuff that was going on in the background of it.
I get that.
Yeah, but that's not
Yeah.
the money owed to her. She doesn't even mention money owed. I'm gonna go through all the cause of actions that she have. First cause of action: trafficking under 18 against all defendants. Second cause of action: violation of the New
Hold
York.
on, see, Alan. Let's go through it now. Trafficking. So he took her across state lines without her permission?
Okay, plaintiff repeats and reallege each and every allegation in all the preceding paragraphs is if fully set forth herein.
Hold
Plaintiff
on,
is
see,
a
Alan, because
victim.
you're losing me with all this,
I'm
lawyer.
about to read you the line that's going to confirm what I'm saying.
Because I'm
Plaintiff is a victim of blank trafficking within the meaning of 18 USC, the violation code, and therefore entitled to bring a civil action under that code. So
I still don't
yes,
know what the hell you're saying.
So
she was
basically, yes,
under
he took
18. She
her.
was being trafficked.
He was
Okay,
taking
so
her from to different places.
okay, time out. We all know traffic, it can mean a lot of things. Just like Florida Ron, what's his name? Ron Santos, governor, he is being accused of human trafficking, mother and kids as well. And I think we have to define what did it mean, because trafficking, that just sounds horrible. What the fuck? But they
This
So
said
look,
that Ron, he got all those immigrants on that bus and he sent them to New York, and that's human trafficking, mother, kids, and stuff.
that's
Um,
the human one.
yeah,
Hmm.
that's human trafficking. So in this case, in Cassie,
It's
what
as
exactly
trafficking.
happened?
under
Okay,
18.
okay. So what age was she, and what happened?
She does not go into detail about her age. It's just clearly under that code of 18.
Got it. So she's under 18. Let's
Yes.
just go with 16, because
Yes,
didn't they
16 or
say she met him
17.
at 16? So she met him at 16. So did he put some stuff in her drink and S8 her at age 16? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean,
Wait,
not only
huh?
that, he had to traffic her under 18 because that's the code
I
is
don't
under.
wait.
Oh,
I don't think she knew him at 16.
So maybe 17, but
No.
her first cause
Yeah,
of action was as trafficking under 18.
but he
And she's
basically took
saying that
her
she
to
was a
different
victim of it.
states. And
so
Hmm.
Rashida, when he
if
take her to different states, was it against her will?
so, where it became as trafficking was the fact that when they was going to these different states, he was putting substances in her drinks and making her do things with other people. So she
Got
was not in the
She
right
was
state
not
of
able to
mind to
consent.
give consent.
Plus, she was under
Right.
18.
Right.
Got it. Okay. So he took her to different states and she was cool with it, but she was not cool with the part of putting flies in her drink and allowing other people to do stuff to her. Or was it he had her in one state and he put a fly in her drink and then he carried her to different states to pass her ass around? Which one is it?
That's what I believe. I don't think that she was just like, oh yeah, probably the first time. She like, oh, private jet, let's go. She didn't know what she was in for, is what I believe. But
Oh,
And
so
you know what?
he probably put something in the fly there and put her in a cage, and that's his pet. You know what I
But
mean?
Gigi, if you look at the list of substances that they had listed for him that he was, putting in these drinks, these are substances that cause people to be
paralyzed,
overly either paralyzed or
sedated.
overly like what word can I use for randy? Everybody know what randy means, right?
I
Yeah,
Getting you in
sedated.
the mood. Like it makes
Mm-hmm.
oh
you in the mood.
it get okay. It makes you feel loose.
Right. And each case, you always hear everybody that got a case against him say that they took a drink and didn't know it was something in it. So now they feeling all this. Once you once you are past a certain limit, you probably are saying yeah, but not in your right state of mind.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Not able to
And
consent because
they're saying that if you're under 18, you cannot give consent, right?
not to them grown, not as grown as they are. No, it was too much of an age gap.
Uh-huh. Now I want to know too. Okay, because we got in some states, 16-year-olds can get married to an adult if they get parent permission. Do you guys
Right.
think they will undo that? Because I'm sure you have a lot of girls that was married to older men, and I want to know what they felt about it.
They
I'm
need to
just
take that up with their parents and lock their parents up if that's the
Mm,
case. But in this
that
case,
yeah.
they won't married, and she honestly, she
well,
was
yeah, I'm not
a.
comparing it to this case, but I'm just talking about that crime.
I think that's crazy.
And it's
I
it's still it's still on the books. I mean, you look it up.
Yeah,
You
I
could be
live in Virginia. If you
to
got a
me,
parent there, you 17, you can get married, and I don't think that a 18-year-old really should be getting married.
mm,
and it's just like you can't. All right, so it's a broad law, right? So they say if you 16, they don't put stipulations on your mental state. And I think that's
Mm,
where it's a problem because you could take 10, 17-year-olds and they're all not going to have the same mentality.
correct.
So I think that one I can't touch that one.
okay. Kiki, I know you've been quiet, but I want to hear you talk. What you got to
Yeah,
say?
like I
Kiki, don't
said,
fall asleep
this
like I
is
did
what
that time.
that is what I believe. Like I said, if she went up there and she filed, because let's be honest, she was signed to a 10 record deal. We never got 10 albums from Cassie. I don't think we got one. Probably one.
One, Cassie, she had an album.
If she signed to that, that is a contract between her, him, and the record label. If that did not come to fruition, and she decided to go and sign or put that in court or sign off in court, then of course they're going to be like, okay, well, what happened? Why are you looking for this money? And then they're going to be looking at her. Okay, well, was it something that you did? Was it something were you not promoting? Were you not available for recording or whatever? No, this is what was going on, and this is why it never came to fruition. So I think it's both. She wanted to get paid for her pain and suffering, but she also wanted to get paid because she was signed in that contract they did not fulfill on her.
And she
And
ain't
what
asked for
I
no
feel
money for
that
that contract.
because I feel her on that because we all heard her say that when she first met Diddy, she did not like him like that. We all heard
Mm-hmm.
it was in there. So the whole reason for her being with him was for a career, but he gave her a different kind of career. It wasn't the one she was trying to get. He put her on the allowance and made her do other stuff. And she was like, that's not what I was there for. I was there for this and I didn't get it. So I could see how both things is right.
Mhm. I wonder
Mm-hmm.
this, Kiki. They say that Cassie didn't call Diddy before she put it all out there. Do you think that Cassie told Diddy, listen, nigga, I'm gonna say you did this to me. You can't save me. Don't forget about what you did, nigga. Okay? You did me wrong. You drugged me, nigga. I'm taking your butt down. Or do you think Kiki, she was like, listen, I just, my career, I want my money for what I'm owed with the record companies. Because I honestly think if she would have just came out here with the record shit, ain't nobody would pay her no mind.
Correct.
Because she did all that with the essay and the drug and she exposed that, now it puts some weight on it. Kiki, your
Thank
thoughts?
you. And that's when it was settled within 24 hours. Because wasn't she they were trying to do negotiations months before that.
She should have
She
told.
probably
Well,
just wanted her due.
yeah. Do you think that if so? Do you think the year before when she called Diddy up, did she tell Diddy, nigga, I'm gonna tell everybody that you out here banging other men's, okay? And I'm gonna tell it all, motherfucker. Give me my shit. Or did she was like,
I don't
listen,
think she
Diddy.
did that.
Oh, she ain't want him. Oh, you know why she ain't did it?
I don't think
Because
she
she
did that.
knew if she would have did that to Diddy, he said, bitch, I'm gonna blow your shit out. What you know?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So hell
And we
yeah.
I
have to
believe that.
see. You have to remember Cassie. Cassie was very private. Cassie was not one of them people that were always posting online and doing stuff. She
Mm-hmm.
was very private. So for her to come out and say that or to put that out, and that's why I said I don't understand when people say, oh, well, she's doing it for clout or she's doing it for that. Cassie was not like that. So it could have been a situation where, hey, look, I just want my monies that would do to me or whatever. You sitting up there stalling because he probably felt that she was never going to do it.
Mm-hmm. He thought he had that much fear in her. And I
Right.
think that her and
Yeah.
Kim Porter had a great relationship, and
Well,
that she continued something that I feel like Kim Porter was getting ready to open Pandora's box for.
but you heard what they
Yeah.
speculate, and they said that Kim left her directions on what to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what they saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that she got information that Kim had. She has it, and that's probably what else
What?
was in that case that we didn't get to see.
Yep. And in 24 hours when they sealed it, like how they settled it, because that's sealed.
Well, stay right there. I'm just saying, I love y'all, Rashida, C. Allen, and Kiki.
We love you too.
We
I
love
She
you
want
so
said,
y'all.
much
I
more.
want y'all to be my host for the night. Stay right there. Let's add BTF. BTF, are you there?
I'm here. How are you?
Good. How you feeling today?
I'm good.
Talk to me.
So what I also just want to say what the other ladies were saying. In terms of a civil suit, if you file, let's just pretend off topic, I file a civil suit against you. Let's just pretend, okay?
Okay.
And in my civil suit, I'm saying that you essayed me.
Oh,
And this goes all the way to court. If I win, I'm just getting money. You are not going to jail.
mm.
If I filed a criminal suit, the outcome would be jail time for you if you were guilty.
Oh.
So that's the difference.
He's filed a civil suit.
So she filed the civil suit and it was settled, but he wasn't ever going to be sentenced with the civil suit because it's money only.
Mm-hmm.
But if a criminal suit was filed, it could be both money and jail. And another thing to think about, do you remember the lady that sued Trump civilly for SA?
Talk about it. I don't remember, but go ahead.
This is something that happened recently. She's a lot older. This happened to her a long time ago. And
Stormy?
not Stormy. There was there's a lady that filed, I think it was in her 20s or 30s, and she's like 70 now. But she won the lawsuit, and they, in terms of the settlement, they like tripled her settlement. So let's say she was asking for 10 million in her civil lawsuit against Trump for SA. She got 30 million. She got like triple what she asked for.
Wow. Did she get all that money?
I don't know if he paid her off yet, but it was, that's what the court ruled. But the other thing that I just want to mention also, with the civil lawsuit, the burden of proof is a lot lower. So it's easier to win a civil suit than it is to win a criminal suit. That may be another reason she did this. And then
it's
the
less
last,
time.
I'm sorry?
And it's less time consuming.
Yes. And then the other thing is the people that she listed as the plaintiffs. I'm sorry, she's the plaintiff. But the people that she listed in her lawsuit, remember I told you it was him, Bad Boy, and Epic? The reason she listed Epic is because when she signed her contract, it was signed via Bad Boy Entertainment / Epic Records partnership.
Right. Right.
So again, remember I told you the other day, with the way she framed a lot of the wording in the text of her lawsuit, it was herself as an artist or an employee, and Diddy as a supervisor, director, a person in a much higher position than herself. So when that comes into play, and if it goes to court, you're going to be talking about labor laws.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's pretend you're a 19, 20-year-old girl or any age, and you start working for a company, and on your first day, your boss comes on to you, and you don't want it to happen. But there are people that will feel pressured to give in to go out with him, because if I lose my job, I can't pay my rent. So that's where the labor laws have changed a lot, where when a person that they frown upon a person in a position of authority dating somebody that is at a lower level. They're afraid of those types of lawsuits in corporations. Because I could, 3 years down the road say, at one point I dated my supervisor and now I'm getting fired. Well, that was unfair. I was dating him and he was in a position of authority, and I didn't feel like I should have dated him, but I felt pressured to because he's my boss.
Yeah,
Add
fraternizing is
to
a
the
big
conversation.
liability.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I still believe, because of the Epic partnership with Bad Boy Entertainment, because it wasn't just Cassie that got a record contract under that Bad Boy Entertainment Epic partnership. It was a bunch of artists. There might have been like 10 or 20 artists that got that same kind of deal. They made him settle immediately, because you could maybe link, if there's any kind of, let's say one of the times that he flew her somewhere and hit her somewhere after one of the times he put his fists to her, and let's say they could prove that that was money taken out of her, like the budget for her to make her music.
Right.
What if they use that money for that? Even if they did it, even if after one of these SA times, if he flew her somewhere and used Epic / Bad Boy Entertainment money that was put aside for her furthering her music, was used for the hotel or the flight. You know what I'm saying? If there was any, because he did this to her a lot of times. But it's like using the money fraudulently.
Well, she
Do you know
was
what I'm
a
saying?
secretary
Yeah,
first.
I get what you're saying. And Diddy is not professional at all.
Yes.
He is
So,
not professional at all. That is
because
so
because they certainly didn't want, if this went to court and then they were asked or subpoenaed to look at their financials or their accounting and anything to do with Cassie. Like I said, what if there's an invoice for a hotel stay? And it doesn't even mean that he SA'd her or put fists to her. But you're using company money not for her going on a promotional, appearance at a club. It was because he just wanted her wherever he went. He could have used his own money, but he ended up somehow using, let's say, money in that budget for her music, really for his personal use.
You speaking facts, because that's exactly what Little Roy put in his lawsuit. He said he did not fund his lifestyle. The companies, that's why he listed the companies. They paid for it. They were there, and they denied paying for him. And he said he's seen it with his own eyes. They paid the S workers. The company did.
Exactly. And here's another association I don't know if you know. Epic Records is a subsidiary of Sony Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Sony Entertainment is the parent company. Do you really think the quadbillionaires that own Sony want any of this?
Uh-uh.
And I don't know for sure, but I believe that they made him pay whatever settlement.
So. Sounds about right, because Diddy, he's not gonna pay nobody.
Well, I also don't think he has as much money as he claims.
Wow.
It reminds me of, if you've seen, let's say, certain rap artists when they first came out and they've got the hugest necklace ever.
Right.
But I don't really think they have that money.
They don't, and he said that because when he made the billionaire list, he said, "Don't sit up here and think that that's money that I have." He said, "I don't have that." So no, they don't have that money. That is their net, or that is what they're worth if they sell their shares, if they sell their investments and so forth. That's not money that they have on hand.
And then the other thing I just wanted to ask you was, do you understand RICO?
A lot of people don't understand it, but you know what? Break it down, because
okay.
It's like speakers. If one person say it, you may not get it, but the next person say it, you may get it. Go ahead.
Okay, so RICO is where the first letter is racketeering. Racketeering stands for illegal or fraudulent business dealings. So, and when you are filing somebody under RICO, it's as though they have some sort of organization, a crime organization. So it's not Bad Boy Records or Bad Boy Entertainment. Let's just say it's Diddy and his merry band of felonious diddlers. But there's no LLC. There's no corporate name. There's no real company out there. It's just that what they're doing as a group, their agenda is to further and continue fraudulent dealings to keep filling their coffers of money, etc. So that could be something like, so let's say he's indicted in RICO, in a RICO case. So it's going to be the U.S. government against Diddy and his group. And I'm not talking about above him, but his group around him that does stuff. So it could be, let's say a lower level pharmaceutical person provides pharmaceuticals that are then put in liquor bottles and given out to the women. But he used Bad Boy Entertainments, and an invoice goes to Bad Boy Entertainments for catering, right? And a shell company is created for, but it's this liquor. I mean, it's this liquor that has the stuff in it. So that person collects their money with the fake catering invoice, and it's being paid out under Bad Boy Entertainment because Diddy is throwing a big party where he's promoting 20 singers or one newest featured artist. But the business dealing is fraudulent because he's not really paying for liquor. He's paying for stuff that was in the liquor. Right? That's one way. And he himself never had to buy the pharmaceutical himself. He doesn't even have to know the person who purchased them. But it's in his group. And if he's the kingpin or the top person in this organization, he's going to roll if they find the connection. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gigi? Y'all understand?
Yeah. Oh, so I know what the RICO is.
Yeah. So let's say in another case, let's say he had one of these parties, and let's say a guy that owns 20 restaurants attends, and he's going to be one of the victims that gets blackmailed because they video him. Now, either suddenly he's going to get a big chunk of cash, but it's got to be washed. It's got to be laundered. So how do we get that money back into Bad Boy so that it's clean? So either some other shell corporation or some sort of donation, something is set up so that the money can go back to Bad Boy Entertainment. But again, that's fraudulent. The other thing he could do is, well, you know what? Instead of you giving me money, from now on, all 20 of your restaurants, the only vodka you can carry is Ciroc vodka.
But that's what he been doing. He got so many shell companies. We noticed.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
So it doesn't always have to be cash, dirty cash. But if they can form these links, even if he didn't directly do any of these transactions, he is the kingpin. He's going down.
Oh, yeah, he said it. He said, it's the dirty money. He said it. They got them all in the songs. He said it. He did it.
He did that.
Song. Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
He made it clear it was dirty money.
Yeah. And let's say some of these workers that were hired, I don't know what the word you use is.
Workers, you can say workers. We know what you mean.
The ladies with the magical no places, okay? Or the men. Let's say a bunch of them are hired. Let's say 10. It could be 10 women, 10 men. And what if suddenly an invoice appears to pay one person, and that the invoice is a talent agency?
But we already know that that's not how he paying them. He paying them through the offshore account. So he's doing wire transfers to them.
Yes. And all they have to do is link it. Because all these things, it's benefiting this felonious group of diddlers.
Yeah.
All right. It's not, I don't think that it is going to be people above let's say I for myself, I don't think it's going to be Motown Records. I don't think it's going to be Epic
No.
Records. If they do links to those companies, it will be individuals in those companies.
And his Universal Music Group.
Yeah, it will be individuals in that group because there's no way for you to prove that the entire 2,000 people that worked in that corporate office knew of this stuff.
Yeah, and then a lot of them probably didn't. Do you think all of
But
Yes,
She did Epic Records
uh,
because simply because she said that they were aware and they were aware and then
yes,
they aided in covering up. That's why
yes,
they were listed in there. That's why Epic Group was
yes.
listed in there because
In the
of that
civil suit,
portion of it.
yes,
Mhm.
Correct, in the civil suit. But far as the
yes.
RICO situation, let me just say all this. When it comes to the government and when it goes to federal cases, it is not
Uh,
something that take a day, a week, or a month. This is something that
exactly,
take years. So when
yeah,
they
exactly.
raided his home, that wasn't simply off of something that Cassie did in November.
nope.
They had been
Mhm.
watching him for a while. When Cassie
Yes.
filed this lawsuit, she was given a push like, hey, we can protect you a little bit. Go ahead, because that would look like a door opening because they was
Mhm.
already planning to do what they were going to do.
Mhm.
See, Alan,
This
what's
is
that
years in
guy
the.
name
Hmm.
that got accused of powing Tupac at the studio the first time? What's his name again? I don't know
I
why it's not
cannot.
coming to
Oh my
me.
goodness, I cannot. The time that he lived, I cannot
Yeah,
remember his name. I cannot.
okay.
But I know
He
who you're talking about.
Mhm.
he went to trial because they gave him what they gave him
Mm-hmm.
life twice. It is a recording of them questioning him, and they was asking him to give them information about what he knew about Diddy with underage boys. This
Mm-hmm.
was back in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So
Mm.
that
So,
shows you that when people
13
start popping
years.
up like, right, people popping up like it's the Cassie is the reason. No,
Mm-mm.
she might have came up with some information that allowed them to go ahead and
Add
finally
to the
go
file.
forward with it, but it's been in the making. It's
Correct.
been in the making. And any information she, Little Rod, and whoever else, if there's any tapes, if there's any recordings, anybody that's linked to that from them companies, they're gonna be involved because you
Mhm.
can't, it's proof. You
Yep.
can't run from that.
They
The
just needed them to pretty much. I feel like that they were approached like, "Hey, look, Cassie was with him for 10 years. I know you're in fear. Let's
And
do this strategically. I know you saw such and such. We don't have to do this immediately, but this is how it has to be lined out. Help her get the best lawyers possible to write up her
right,
amendment." When
yes.
I say that the government has
mhm.
been on this is not
say that,
something new.
see.
They've
Ah,
been
Yes.
see,
looking for a.
Alan. See,
Say
They've
that,
been looking
see.
for an angle
Yes.
for Puffy for over 2 decades. Since you know what, before 2 decades,
Yeah.
since um since Pac and Biggie has died, they have been
Say
looking
that,
at
see.
Sean
Yep.
Combs with the
Right.
sad eye.
Yep.
Because
Mhm.
who was the first person? Like I said, before Cassie came forward, they went and they reopened the whole Tupac thing. He was screaming Puffy name first
Hmm.
when this whole stuff started
Mhm.
popping up, as if it's some behind the scenes people pulling people up. Before, nobody would come forward and speak on Puffy. That's why they couldn't get him. Everything
They
was
was in
alleged, alleged,
fear.
alleged. But
Yes.
now they done got some people, and now they can get the ball rolling.
Just
Yep.
another thing. I know that.
Two.
So I'm sorry.
No, I
Are you
said just
there?
look.
I was just gonna say that the
uh,
reason I. I'm
Kiki
sorry.
said, does Diddy have a book? Did
No,
you?
I said Keefe D. Didn't he write a book?
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Mhm. And he was saying, thank you. So they was looking at him for a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, they have been looking at her for. Look who Cassie lawyer was. I mean, Cassie got
Yeah.
money, but for that
That
lawyer,
wasn't a coincidence.
no. No, that wasn't no coincidence. Somebody else paid for that lawyer. You can guarantee that.
And that
Yeah,
girl's been screaming
yeah.
from the hilltops since she got shot in that club that it was
Mm-hmm.
not shine.
Mm-hmm. So
She
this
kept
been in the
saying it.
making. But now you got people who was on the inside who got recordings, they got
Yep.
footage, they got this is the
Technology
stuff
done
they needed.
advanced. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
They was like, gotcha. And now we about to see it. That's why I said I really do think he going down, but I don't think it's gonna be in a time that people want it to happen because it doesn't
Yes.
work like that.
Yep.
It's decades of
Right.
And
information,
Yes.
mm-hmm.
decades.
They
It's
have
too
Yeah.
been
many
I,
moving.
watching him. For them to get a team like that to be at two different states, but two
Three.
very big. Well, yeah, three actually. Yeah, 'cause New York, LA, and then Miami, Florida. These are big, prominent states. For them
Yep.
to have people busting in at the same time, you got to get the resources. B, you have to have it all lined up on this strategic plan on how we're going to do this and how tactical are we going to be. They practice how they're going to enter the home, how we're going to enter, who's going to go in first, how we're going to do this. That does not
yes.
happen over a course of weeks. That tactical type of training, and then to get it in hand from a judge to even go in like that,
Three
that takes,
judges.
thank you, from
And
three
They had
different
the
see,
states
blueprints. They
see,
had
you
the
know
to the
what's
blueprints.
house.
crazy? It's crazy that none of them knew that it was even Diddy house that they was raiding. But the paparazzi knew. How is that possible?
Hmm.
I'm still confused about how they said they didn't know that it was Sean Diddy, whatever his name is, Puffy Love. They didn't know it was his house until they got there. But the cameras was out there and we was watching the trucks come down to Diddy's house. That's how you know it's somebody above this.
Correct. And I think they kept it on hush because they don't know how deep with him, like
His
how many
pockets.
people he has
Hmm.
inside. So that's why they
Right.
had to
Right.
consider and confine who home it was to make sure nothing was leaked. But still, in my opinion, you left your
Right.
sons in there and you weren't in not one, two, nor three of them houses. You were in the sky.
Right.
So
Can
you
I make
still had somebody that let you know something was about to go down.
can I make a comment about that?
Yeah.
The that is one of the reasons why I don't believe, like another caller believes, that this is going to be higher than him. Because if it was, let's say, Motown Records, let's say it was Epic Records, let's say it was Sony Music Group, they would have rated their locations at the same time because they do not want destruction of evidence.
What the companies? Nah, I think that the higher ups they got friends in high places, and they was the ones.
Exactly. I
So they trying to get them tapes.
exactly. I believe the same thing.
Yeah,
They, if anything, I would believe they already have cooperating witnesses in Epic Records in the
Yeah,
yeah,
accounting department.
yep.
yeah. Because some of
Now,
them could very well go to jail too if they don't cooperate. There's an
We
yes,
seen
immunity.
this. We seen this case play out already, though, y'all. It just was different people, but his name was
hmm
on that list. But we seen
yes,
this exact thing play
yes.
out already.
Yes.
Hmm.
If it was going to be a Berry Gordy or a Quincy Clive Davis, they would have raided his
All of
properties
them.
or
Yep.
offices at the same time. You do not give them a week. It's been a week since that raid for them to destroy evidence.
Right.
So
Right.
they're not the target. And the other thing is, if they've been kind of looking around and sniffing around since 2006, who's to say that there are things, or maybe those offices haven't been wired for 5 years, 10 years?
That's true. That is true. You never know. You know what I'm saying? They could have had somebody on the inside. You right.
Correct.
Yes. I mean, I don't think so. I think that there's a very good possibility that he's been wired. Maybe not necessarily at the freak offs or, or with the SA workers, but let's say, transactions are done around his house in terms of other things.
Yep.
You know, they could
It will
have planted wires in certain rooms, record, and I'm talking audio, not necessarily visual.
video, and it would make sense on why Diddy patted Justin down then, huh? Because he felt like
Well,
somebody was turning on him, so that's why
Mm-hmm.
he probably do that not to just him, but the people he feels sus, and that's
but
the
what's
little
but you
that
know what's really stupid about that? The technology today, it's not like before where there's like a
Under your
headphone
shirt.
wire attached to your chest.
right,
It's a thing that could look like a button. It
or
could
it's
be
a
a
they
button
got
on your shirt.
pins, right? They
Mm-hmm.
got pins you right with that are everything you could put a camera in any and everything
Exactly.
It can
nowadays.
be on your belt.
Exactly.
They got the
It could be on your
contact
zipper.
lens, but they got the contact lens so that
Mm-hmm.
people could see what you see.
Yep.
They got all of that.
It's a
So,
camera.
Yes. They could have also wiretapped his phone,
Yep.
because if
hmm
they got probable, all they had to show a judge, let's say years ago, that there's probable cause, there's been too many complaints, and a judge signs off on it. He doesn't know that he's being tapped, that he's being wiretapped.
oh yeah, that's a part of it. That's what they do. Once they show
Mm-hmm.
probable cause, they get to raid your house. They get to tap your phones. Anybody you connected with, they get to tap
Yes,
their phones. Yeah,
yes.
And they
So if
yeah,
tap
they
the
had
phones before they raid.
the
right.
the probable cause to raid the property because could have been because of the wiretap, whatever was picked up, and the wiretap.
It's crazy.
Yes. And Gigi,
Yes.
you were asking earlier if Cassie would be like, oh, if you don't do this, I'm going to, spill all this tea about you and tell them about your freak offs and blah blah blah. I think she was petrified.
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't think she did that. I
Yeah.
think
Scared
I
too.
think that, and the reason she was petrified was because every time he wanted to get at her up to that point, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He blew up her boyfriend's car. He SA'd her after they were split.
He showed like he had power. Like he wanted her to feel
Exactly.
him like he was God. He could just
Exactly. And
go
she
on her
did.
like,
And she
yeah,
But
did. And I'm sure she's still
hmm
petrified.
I think so.
yeah, yeah. But
That's why I
Gigi,
said something had to reassure her, and that's why I think they approached her.
Yes, I do think she's under watch, under a secure detail of people watching over her.
yeah, and it's not just her, it's a few people. I
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
think everybody who's cooperating is getting that.
Hmm. And that's why they're also not going to charge him yet for a while.
Right.
Because
Well,
once they charge him, he's going to know the list of cooperating witnesses.
yep. Because he got the right to face his accuser and the witness. But my thing is, has
Yes.
anybody heard from Quincy?
Yeah, I heard from
He
I
said,
was just about to say that, Gigi. I was on his live. Y'all better stop playing with him.
yeah, he said leave him alone.
He's so silly. He was live earlier.
Yeah.
And people in the comments was like, blink two times. So he blinked two times. He was like, okay, blink two times. With the rest of the sentence? What I'm supposed to do if I'm in trouble? And he was like, I think he just got finished filming, and
Yeah,
he
he's
was with,
a man. He works a lot.
Oh,
yeah, he was with David Banner.
Mm.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
he's tired of all the conspiracy theories with his name. Y'all, please leave him alone.
Okay.
yeah,
I just
he
want to make sure that
basically
baby was
saying,
okay.
yeah, he basically saying he don't have nothing to do with nothing that's going on. His name is not in it.
Okay.
That's what he's saying.
Okay. Well,
Um,
that's actually good to hear.
Yeah. He
so go ahead, Rashida. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just tickled because he's silly. I was gonna tell you he went live today because he said he is tired of everybody messing with him.
I
His
would be
name is
too.
not Diddy. His name is Quincy.
Leave me.
So he I'll be sure son now. Oh,
Right.
okay. Take that, take that.
No, but he filming right now, so
Okay. Long
All
as
right.
he's safe.
I got another caller calling from 469. You're live on the air. 469.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to piggyback off of what y'all ladies were saying with the silver suit and how the silver suit go is you have a party, like you could be the
Oh,
plaintiff,
caller.
and
She
then
already defined it. She already refined it.
okay,
Thank you,
no,
though. She already defined it. Because BT, we done find that 4 or 5 times, didn't we? Calling from 617. You're live on the air. Yes.
Okay. This is Kiki calling from Boston.
Kiki, we got another.
hey Kiki. I remember her. She called the other day, Gigi.
Oh, how many Kikis is it?
she Kiki from Beantown,
Okay,
Gigi.
what's up, Big Kiki from Boston?
Yes, leave down. I just wanted to speak on the Cassie situation as well. I feel like because you guys were mentioning the record labels being involved and things like that, they have to be involved because when she first met with Diddy, she did have to sign contracts between him and the record label. So they do have to be involved. However, I got the sense that the other Kiki, and I could be wrong, but I got the sense that she was kind of making it seem more so she was complaining as an artist more than so like the actual situations that was going on. You got to understand when she met Diddy, she was with what's his name? I think Ryan Leslie. She was with somebody, you know what I mean? She was with him, and I think she started taking Diddy serious when she was about like 19 years old. But with that being said, you know, a lot of people are saying, you know, she's only doing it because she's trying to get the money's worth of her artistry and things like that. But she was getting allowances. She was getting paid more than what she's even settling for. You know what I mean? So and that was monthly with her little freak off that she was doing. However, in the meantime of all those years, because like you said, yeah, she signed a 10-deal contract where she had to come out with 10 records and she probably didn't even make 2 of them. But however, in the meantime of all that trauma, she was signing a whole bunch of NDAs. You guys are forgetting there's a whole bunch of NDAs involved that she was signing that she was getting herself caught in all these loops that she couldn't even get out of. If she didn't even have the funds to even get out of things like that. You know what I mean? So she was stuck regardless, and not knowing her rights, being so young, coming into the industry, she didn't really have that right guidance. Like Diddy was her mentor, you know what I mean? He groomed her and everything. So she only knew what she knew from him. You know what I mean? So, and he took advantage of that. However, yes, the record labels do have to be involved in it, but I don't think that the record labels were the ones that made him settle way too fast. And the record labels, I don't think could even make him settle that fast, so fast like that with the record label. I think it would have bugged them because at the end of the day, there's a lot of high people behind the scenes that control a lot of this madness. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I know one lady was saying she doesn't think like, you know, that the record labels will go down underground and things like that, which I agree to an extent because if anything, the only record label I think that would go down would be Bad Boy. And I think it would be Bad Boy because it stemmed from Clive Davis giving it to Diddy, allegedly being on his knees. So I don't know. You know, it stemmed off being a dirty record label anyways. That dirty money is really dirty money, you know, so, and it comes with a lot of, you know, a lot of blood and tears on it. So with that being said, if any record label was to go down, I do think it'd be the Bad Boy record label to go down with it. Not saying the artists that were in Bad Boy, but just the Bad Boy company itself and who sponsored it and just the behind the scenes of it, because he a lot of his money came from Bad Boy. He's still living
Right.
off Biggie's name, and Biggie's gone. He's been living off of Biggie's name longer
Yeah.
than he's been alive. So
Right.
you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it's he knows what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's just I feel like everything's catching up on him. And I don't think Cassie would have wrote a 65-page lawsuit just to get money that she thinks she's worth for artistry. You know what I mean? Like the detail in the lawsuit is so detailed and graphic. I
Mhm.
don't think that would have been all that just because of what she thought she was supposed to get being an artist.
And she
You
would have
know,
put it
Mm.
in there.
it started off as her being an artist. Don't get me wrong. She didn't come into it as thinking she's gonna be romantic with Diddy. Like he was like, you know, how she was like what, 19, he was almost 40, you know what I mean? So I'm sure she wasn't thinking that stepping in. However, things did transpire, contracts did get involved, and power started taking over, you know what I mean? So, and a lot of drugs as well. When you got somebody intoxicated and drugged up, and you got to understand, allegedly, so what I've heard is that she, in order to even have her kids, she had to have her stomach pumped so many times because she's so used to the drugs. She was so used to taking drugs. When she wasn't on them, she was getting sick from not taking them. Like she was really
Right.
through,
Yeah.
she was really going through sickness. Like she was really going through it. You know what I mean? She was depressed,
Yes.
suicidal, a lot of stuff that she was going through, all because of this. And even though yes, this did stem 20 years ago. He's been doing this since he entered the industry. You know what I mean? So that goes without being said. But her story is her story, and I feel like it shouldn't be looked at or belittled off of the strength of she was first an artist. Because to be honest,
Right.
She was
no,
a secretary first.
I mean I love Cassie, and I don't even care that she was an artist. To be honest, I don't think
Right.
part is even that important when it stems down to everything that transpired. Like, forget the fact that she was an artist. Who cares? The
Yeah,
fact
she
that all
mentioned she was a secretary. So what artistry is a secretary?
I mean,
but
but like
what
she's saying, it none of that even matters
Yeah, that's what I'm
because
saying. Like
none of that
it
right,
can't be
matters
all for artistry
because she
when it
took the
started
right,
with her not being an
advantage
artist.
of being his lover and being his, you know what I mean, of what we've seen her as a public view. You know what I mean? She took that title on. So as we thought everything was peaches and cream, you know what I mean, until we found out the real deal. However, she was getting, obviously she was getting the special treatment. She was getting the she started off with Diddy Kane and all that back then too. So when
Mm-hmm.
he dropped them and started focusing on Cassie more and all that, it's because he took an interest in Cassie. He started falling for Cassie. He even made it public to the world that even on Wendy Williams that he was in love with Cassie. You know what I mean? So he really made it public on how he felt for her. And little do we know on the reasons why. But yeah, she was his play toy at the end of the day, and she did everything that he said without question. So, and he groomed her that way. But needs to say, her story is still her story. Everything that
right,
she says, honestly, I believe it. I don't think that this is something to even play around with to say that she's sugarcoating or she's over exaggerating or any of the sort. I feel like it took big courage.
Yeah.
You gotta understand, she's probably dealing with anxiety to this day. Just the fact
Mm-hmm.
that she released so much
Mm-hmm.
information like that. You know what I mean? She's probably
Mm-hmm.
certain that she did it because now she knows she has to live a different way for the rest of her life now. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
that money
So
don't
that's
take
a
your
big
peace.
decision that you gotta make before you do something like that. And don't get me wrong, I don't think it was Cassie that said, I'm going to go put out this lawsuit. Her lawyers pushed that. Her lawyers pushed all that. You know, you need to put this out. You need to get all what you deserve. And then her husband was the backup behind that as well because he also pushed it.
Yeah, I
You know,
think the
right.
pads,
it was
lawyers, all of that.
She was ready to walk away from all of it, and that's why when I hear people say she could have left,
her that was fighting for her.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
She
Absolutely.
like you just said, she was getting sick. She was getting her, you know, until people understand abuse and substance abuse and being abused and how much it takes to heal from that. They was like, why she ain't leave? Well, at a certain point in time, it got to a point where her body needed it. He didn't even have to per se give her substances. Her body needed this. She had became an addict at one point.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly. She
it's
needs
crazy.
to go to get her
And
fix. that's why mentally she was stuck.
as well as what it did to her
Mentally she
self-esteem.
was stuck.
Right.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, because you got to think, you're dealing with this billionaire who you know that you on the outside skirts, you have everything and anything that you want, right? But inside, you feel broken and damaged, and that's the part that you can't shake. But it's like, if I leave this, where am I gonna go? Am I gonna be safe? Who's gonna protect me? How am I gonna survive? You start thinking of all those scary things, you know what I mean? And to be in that, to sit here and speak about it, we can all say our opinions on how we feel we're gonna go about it. But to be in that predicament, it's like you gotta be in that predicament to be like, oh my goodness, I'm scared, you know, or I can't believe this is really happening to me, you know, or I can't
Right.
sign my name on that piece of paper, on that stupid piece of paper that controls my whole entire life.
And her parents
You
gave
know, and
Diddy
like,
guardianship over her. So how do you go back to people who handed you over to this monster?
Wait, hold on, huh?
Her
right.
parents
Well, not for
gave
nothing.
guardianship to Diddy for her because she was underage.
I thought that she didn't start getting involved with Diddy until she was like 18 or 19 years old.
That's the story that's going to go with.
Right,
But
Yeah,
like I
right.
said,
he
when
was
you read the
18.
lawsuit, she was under 18 when she was
Okay.
under 18 when he started trafficking her.
I'm just going on what I didn't know that part. I
Mm-hmm.
literally thought, and from back then, because I am an '80s baby, I always thought that she was like 18 or 19 when they hooked up. So I never knew she was younger than that. That
17
that's
and
a whole nother thing right there.
Yes,
That's
and
crazy.
under
yeah,
18,
she signed
he
her
started
contract
trafficking.
with him when she was 18, and then she started messing with him supposedly on an
Correct.
intimate level when she was 19.
So
And
we
that's
were told.
Yo, what is up with these parents? Like it
Like with
for
R.
real.
Kelly.
Like, what is up with these parents saying
the
to
parents.
people that they don't know, I'm gonna sign over my parental rights and let you have custody of my yo, I don't let my kids spend the night at family house, let alone
Hello.
giving her to Diddy.
Exactly.
Hello. I
Well,
don't get
see,
that
hold on. I didn't read the part that she said that her parents signed her rights over to Diddy because she was with Ryan Leslie. She was with a whole nother man before Diddy. So it ain't
either.
like
But to
Right,
she
right.
travel and
handed her
stuff.
off to Diddy. She was her and
Yeah.
Ryan Leslie brought her music to Diddy. Ryan Leslie was her manager at one point and her boyfriend. So he brought her to Diddy. So that was between them right there. She was already grown and doing her thing on that, but yeah, so I didn't read that part in the lawsuit, but at the end of the day, she was still a minor and she still should have been protected anyways, regardless.
Yep.
And I feel like, I feel like it's unfortunate that with us looking at her, looking like she has such a beautiful spirit, you know what I mean? And every time we see her in the camera, she's always smiling or looking pretty or just being a lady, you know what I mean? Not knowing what she was really going through. And so many people like that been going through that, and it's like it's just unfortunate.
Do y'all remember when she made that song and they asked her, "Do you know what you're singing about? Do you know what that song mean?" And she was like, "No, I just sung it because it was written." And they was like, "So you don't hear the lyrics to what you just said?" And she was like, "No, it's just a song." Y'all don't remember that when it first came out?
Well, that's when she was sitting on that couch.
Yeah.
She was doing that
Mm-hmm.
interview with I can't think of their name. Yeah, I don't know.
No,
But
but
at the end of the day, I was naive too back then. And I didn't pay attention to a lot of this stuff. Just for prime example, Kiki said he had her wrapped up in all type of NDAs and stuff like that, right? And this is a
Okay.
fact for me. I did not know until like maybe 3 years ago that a NDA did not cover anything illegal. I never knew that. I always thought NDA was you just couldn't speak about anything you saw or heard. So to say that she was naive, and I even heard some lawyers speaking about Diddy's case, and they said that it's so many people he got under NDAs and they don't even realize that they
Mm-hmm.
still could speak if one criminal activity happened, two if they if they were forced to sign an NDA under distress.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew that.
So yeah,
Right.
prime example, right? If I make you sign an NDA and in my contract it says some explicit things in there, but you agree to every term on my contract, right? And you sign your name on that dotted line, and then things happen to you during the process in life, and then you want to go to court and you want to sue me. But in order to sue me, that means you're forfeiting that NDA. That means you're telling what's on that NDA. So now as the judge, right? I'm going to look at that. I'm going to look at your complaint as the judge. I'm going to realize you violated the NDA, but I'm going to read it and realize there's criminal charges, there's criminal offenses on that NDA. Now, as the judge, it's my job. I can take on that NDA. I can take on that lawsuit. Forget the NDA, because if you break the NDA, you got to pay. Forget the NDA. I could pick up on that lawsuit now because there's criminal charges in it. That's what happened with Cassie. She released her
Right.
as a civil matter, and the federal the feds picked it up
Picked
as a
up.
they end up
Right.
cases on her lawsuits and end up opening up criminal cases against him. Not Cassie. Cassie didn't open up any criminal case.
Right.
But
Right.
they lined it up for the feds to do it though. That's why I loved it. Because her and her attorneys lined it up because they knew once they turned in that evidence with her statement, the state was gonna pick it up.
Mm-hmm. What it
Because
said.
here's the thing. I just put in my lawsuit half the things in the NDA you did not want me to talk about. Now, if you're gonna sue me because I just broke your NDA, go ahead and sue me. But now I gotta prove, because if I break an NDA, I gotta prove facts on why I broke my NDA. She has
Right.
facts to prove, and he wasn't gonna take it there with her. That's why he settled so fast, because he knew he was already gotten at that moment right there. He was checkmate right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's what I
The thing
He at this point he's like, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't.
Yeah. And the thing we have to remember, like I was saying the other night, when you are going through emotional and psychological abuse, it is hard for people to understand that if they have never been through that.
Mm-hmm.
So she might have signed NDAs. She probably didn't even read them. She just signed them.
Right.
Probably didn't even know what was in it. And she probably feared, even towards the end, I believe that the lawyers persuade her to put that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you got to think, during the times that she's signing all these NDAs with Diddy, do you think there's a lawyer by Cassie's side? No.
No.
Point, she's underneath Diddy's wings. So she's going to sign whatever he's telling her to sign to cover his behind. She don't have nobody right there telling her not to sign it or even reading it. He's probably not even telling her to read it. He's probably just saying, sign it. Sign this right here. Sign this right here.
Right.
No, Diddy slick. Diddy had his lawyer in there telling her everything was good. That's what he did.
And
Well,
also,
Yeah.
he also had Cassie do some dirty work too. So he made it seem like, hey, if you tell on me, you telling on yourself, and put that fear in her as well because of the stuff
Yeah.
he was
Yeah,
forced to do.
but no, because what's the dirty work though? Because if there's any dirty work, I think she's guilty by putting herself in certain predicaments.
No, but I'm saying that was her mentality. Like she was fearful of it because
Not
how
just
he might have scared her because of the stuff that he
mm-hmm.
made her do.
And she
Right.
was quiet anyway. She was not. You never seen Cassie up there blasting her life. Anytime you seen her, it was behind him. So even
Right.
if it wasn't something illegal, just putting her out there like that, you get what I'm saying? She ain't want that.
He knew 30 days
Yeah.
prior. He knew 30 days prior. He was so confident she wasn't going to release that. He had nothing to worry about. He's like, I know this girl from the back of my hand. If I tell her not to do it, she ain't going to do it.
Yeah.
He knew a couple of threats was going to scare her and push her away. But he didn't know that the support team she had at this point in time, they were going to push her to do it. Because trust and believe, if she didn't have the people who she had behind her, she wasn't going to leak. She wasn't going to do no lawsuit. She was going to walk away with that. She was going to hide her book and walk away with that and pray that she could release it another day. You know what I mean? But because she had the support team that she had that said, no, that's not your life anymore. This, in order for you to say you're a mother now, you push this. This is what you need to do. You know what I mean? She had that support team now, so he wasn't expecting that. And then, like you said, when he gave her that shout out at the awards, saying shout out to Cassie, to being there with me through my darkness. I'm pretty sure that pinched the nerve in her because that
Yeah,
was around the time that they were feuding back and forth. That was the time they were doing that when we had no idea.
Yep.
So yeah, at that point she
Yep.
was fed up. She was fed up. It was like, okay, now you're making a mockery in my face now. You're laughing
Right.
in my face.
Right.
Now. You're
Yeah.
antagonizing me.
And like
I
I said,
have
I
a
think the feds was behind it.
Okay, he got what he deserved on that.
I have a slightly different belief about the NDA that she signed. I think that, like everybody else is saying, when the NDA was presented to her, I don't think she had legal representation. But I do believe his lawyers were there. I do believe the NDA that was written that she signed was not, it didn't say you can't talk about me SAing you. I think it was worded like, let's say, you can't tell people about what my favorite position is in the bedroom, let's just say. But it was worded with all this legalese
Already spoke about
where the lawyer is going to say verbally, not in written manner, but verbally, I'm going to explain this to you. And they verbally explained it to her in explicit language, implying that she can't say anything. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think the document itself was legal that she signed, but they made her think that she couldn't say anything about anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
how most
you only
NDAs
know
are.
that because even some of his
she didn't have anybody supporting her to know that wasn't okay. That's why she was just signing it, being under Diddy, being fearful because she didn't know her rights at the time. Now that she has a support team and he's telling her not to do this and do that, and he's taking it as she's not going to do it, well, her support team's right there, letting her know all her rights and letting her know that she could do it. She could move forward and do it.
Exactly.
because it wasn't just her. It wasn't just her that he did those NDAs with.
Right.
Other
Yes.
artists have already spoke up and said how he, like even when he was trying to give people back their royalties, that wasn't worth nothing. It came with what's her name from Pussycat? She from Pussycat Dolls?
Aubrey.
Aubrey O'Day.
Aubrey.
Danny Kane.
Aubrey showed she pulled it up. She put it on camera and showed the NDA. You get what I'm saying? So this was a practice he had with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
This is just
And
how
like,
he did.
and like somebody else said, a lot of people didn't know that an NDA meant everything.
Right. I didn't know. I really did not know that, criminal activity had nothing to do with it. I thought regardless of what, you signed it and it's going to hold up in a court of law. But it makes sense that, if a judge see it, even if I break it, if the judge see it, the judge know that it's criminal stuff in there that's not supposed to be going on. So they'll pick it up after that. But it's crazy. Y'all think Chrisean gonna come up in this lawsuit? In this whole thing?
For what? Being slow?
Because of she claimed that Carisha was trying to get her down with her and Diddy.
Well,
Unless she went,
Blueface
I don't
Mama,
think so.
Blueface Mama said that, but she be lying. We never,
Right.
but we do have some tea on
Marissa's not but
Chrisean.
a liar.
Calling from 313. You're live on the air.
Oh yes, hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
How you doing? How you doing, GG?
Good. I'm doing good. What's your thoughts?
Oh well, I got something. I don't know if it's true or not, but they tell me all these guys that's rappers like Rick Ross.
All right. I don't know where we're going with that. But go back to Kiki. Kiki, talk to me.
Which one?
No, I just wanted to say, when I'm saying that she's going after monies, I am not diminishing that what she went through. What I'm saying is, if you're going before a court, if she's seeking money, okay, from him, okay, then there has to be a cause for her seeking money from him, okay? If the thing was, okay, well, I didn't get, the money that was due to me as an artist, I have to explain why it was not due to me. So I do believe it was pain and suffering, but I also believe at the other end, it was because of her being an artist, because she filed as an artist. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people look at Cassie and they feel like, again, you're doing this for clout. You're doing this because you're low on money. You're doing this. These are things that I saw online.
Yeah, we
You're
all
doing this
seen them.
because you saw him with, you saw him with Carisha, and now you feeling some type of way. And because you feeling some type of way, now you're trying to be vindictive or whatever. This woman was trying to go after him for money that was due to her before it even became public. I do believe that the lawyers, and I understand the lawyers, she has some high power lawyers behind her. So, and like I said, with the NDAs, he has a very ironclad NDA. People sign things in that industry and don't know what they're signing. They're just signing off, just to get in. They're just signing off. His thing is with his NDAs, if you talk about me, if you talk about anything that happened in whatever situation, you can be sued, your family can be sued. Anybody that knows about what we went through can be sued. That's his NDA. There was a channel that had a copy of his NDA and they were going through it. That is his NDA. So I can understand how at 19, in your 20s, you're probably just signing things, you just want to get on or whatever. But at the end of the day, like I said, when it comes down to a business standpoint of it, if a label signed you to a 10-record deal, if I signed a 7-record deal, a 3-record deal, and I wanted to get out from that label, I'm going to have to go to court to get out that label, or that would be breach of contract. So that is a part of it as well. I'm not saying that's the entire thing. She has to explain what was going on in order for that not to have happened. So it's
He
both.
breached the contract.
Yeah.
Kiki, I got a question. Did you say she was being vindictive because she's seen him with Carisha?
No, oh hell.
That's
She
what people
said that's
online
what
were
people
saying.
are saying. She didn't say that's not how
Oh,
Kiki
hell.
feel. That's
Oh,
what
okay.
people are
I feel
saying.
like that's
Because
what
I mean, like,
people
was
do
she?
not understand.
Well, I was gonna say what they think. She's seeing Carisha and was like, "Oh, I miss white fingernails. She got my spot.
Thank
Let me
you.
sue him."
And another thing, thank you. And it was reported allegedly that her allowance was $50,000 a month. So now let's say if she was with him for 10 years, $50,000 a month is $6,000. Now we can sit up here and we could feel some type of way about Cassie as an artist because she might not have been. We could say, okay, well, she wasn't the greatest singer or whatever. That's money that could have been put towards artist development.
Right.
No, she could
Because
make
Mary J. Blige can't sing, but we love her.
right. So
Cassie did not want to be that much of an artist after she got
No,
all this
no.
stuff.
Look, I'm being funny. I'm just saying because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, well, Cassie couldn't sing anyway." It's a lot of females that can't sing out here, but we love them.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah. And
Keisha
that could
Cole,
be
Mary J.
towards artist development.
That girl won't. That girl. It was a lot of breach of contract. The lawsuit
Thank you.
that was submitted, it broke down what it was submitted for. She did not go there looking for no equal opportunity employee. She said that this is what happened to me and I am suing under these codes. It was not work related. It just said, and all parties are guilty of it. I was trafficked under the age of 18, then all the other stuff, given substances, and it broke it down, all eight. It ain't got nothing to do with your employer, your sex, your gender, harassment. To an extent, it had the harassment, but that is not what it was submitted for. It was submitted, and this is my opinion added to why it was submitted. It was submitted because the Fed said, go ahead. We will have you protected because this is a key to opening Pandora's box. And let's see what
Hmm.
happens with this case. It was not based on her artistry. That was the least thing in that 35 page. Yes, she worked there, this, that, and the third, but she talked about how she was violated by this person and how these people were aware of her being violated and they did not aid her, but they aided him and covered him up, but did not help her.
Hmm.
I
The
see what
whole
you're
thing
saying. Yeah,
was from the feds because that girl was terrified of that man.
I see
The
what you're
feds
saying.
gave her
Yep.
the courage
Thing
to
is,
do it. That money
yeah,
don't pay for
yeah.
peace.
Because
No
the
amount of money can
lawyers,
pay for that peace.
the lawyers that I was watching, I was talking about it, that they put emphasis on the way she filed it, even though everybody, like Gigi said, we all hear this part of it, but nobody was looking at that part of it. It was because the she filed it like that so that the chain of events that's happening now can happen. She filed it underneath
Thank
that
you.
so
Thank
that
you.
she could enter these other people. She can evolve now. Because if she would have filed it as his girlfriend, let's say, right?
Hmm.
And then she went through this, she probably couldn't list all these other people, all these other companies that was involved in it. But if she do it as an artist, now she can name these names. She can put it into place so that they can make a criminal charge out of it.
Yeah, I can see
Thank
that, but I
you.
just don't.
That's
I
what I'm
think it
saying.
was more so
That's
as I wouldn't
Lord.
even say an artist, just an employee, because she started as a secretary. Epic turned their eye to her, and she just felt like nobody was there to protect her.
No, yeah, what you saying is right. But she set it up so that the way she filed it, even after he gave her her money and the case was closed, it wasn't gonna stop the case. You get what I'm
Mm-mm,
saying?
mm-mm.
He was gonna turn around and then get diddled after he did all of the diddling.
Yep, that was
Thank
it,
you.
added
it was
to it.
strategic. Yeah,
It
it was strategic. Yeah.
and
Oh,
that's why I
yeah,
said the feds they been
strategic.
on him.
Thank you.
So
Yeah,
I agree with what you're
it was
saying as far as the
strategic.
workplace type of thing, how she introduced it, like, okay, this was my work environment and this is how it turned and flipped
Yeah.
and this is
It
what
was a
it's done to me.
setup. Yeah. It was just like you said, checkmate. It was, yeah, it was, she just set it up that way, just so like, oh yeah, now, because now you get into things like, um, how was he paying for these things, money laundering. It opens up a
Mm-hmm.
whole bunch of other stuff, the way she set it up. And I ain't taking nothing from her. I don't know how smart she is or whatever like that, but you could just tell that that wasn't her. That wasn't
Yeah.
all her.
Right.
Not that type of
Yeah.
setup because
And that's why I think the feds approached her and they guided her to the right type of attorney for it so they could finish their case because they didn't just raid his house off of her 24-hour flip.
oh
That's something
no, come
individually
on, we know better than that
and
because we know how it
she was
works,
terrified.
right?
She did not care about that money. If she wanted that, she could have did that immediately after leaving him. If it was
Right.
all about that.
I think she would have been
But she
good
was
to
scared.
drop everything and never ever think
Look
or
back.
look at Diddy again. Yeah,
That was her plan, I believe. I think they approached her about it.
because now look at what. Because if you want to be technical, she's still kind of like she's still in it because now
Hmm.
she got to be a witness protection. Now she got to cooperate. Now she got children.
Yeah.
in doing all of this. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like dredging up everything she been through on top of this. It's just way too much for one person. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It take a lot of therapy. And that's why I said $30 million can't pay for the lack of peace that she has right now. She's looking over her shoulder. She don't feel safe, and she done seen what this guy's capable of.
Right. And she probably, who knows? She probably feel like he gonna find a way to slip up out of it. Cause it be like
Mm-hmm.
that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. BTF, did you hear the new report that Diddy is fighting the case with Dickerson? What were your thoughts on that, BTF?
Well, who's Dickerson?
Uh,
I'm
C.
sorry.
Allen.
Yeah,
Break that
Dickerson.
down.
Okay, Dickerson is somebody that met him when he was in New York not too long after he left Hampton University, and she met him. They went out for dinner, and long story short, that he did what he do best. He got her under the influence and took advantage of her. And when I looked it up not too long ago, I believe it said 1991 is when this actually occurred.
Right.
And
Okay,
her
did she
lawsuit
file a
came out.
civil case or
She
a
Yes.
criminal
filed
case?
she filed as civil as no, actually she did it under that statute that
Survivors.
that New York has where they let
Okay,
people come back right before it
again,
expired
but did she file civilly or criminally?
criminally.
Was it criminal?
Okay,
Let me
Okay.
pull it up because it was under
Wait,
the
hold on,
survivor.
BT, because they don't know yet. Rashida, you said you pulled it up, right?
Yeah, because it was showing that it was civil. She was suing him, and she filed hers right after Cassie, but before Little Rod.
Yep,
That's what
November.
happened.
um,
Yep, November 24th. Yep. Okay, so it was civil because it say lawsuit.
So,
okay, so my belief at this point
and let me
is
tell you
he's
something else, BTF. Hold on.
yes.
Now, what he's saying is that some of these from her should be thrown out because the law was not in place during the time of the crime.
So you said civilly that she's suing him, right?
Yes.
I would imagine at this point because he's got to know a RICO is coming down on him. She's the least of his problems.
Well, this
So
But you hear
so
what
she,
Gigi saying? Gigi saying that they
Some
basically
statues,
fighting it.
yeah, he says some statues didn't exist in 91.
mm-hmm.
So
I
if he
I
committed the crime, being that it wasn't in place, they have to throw it out.
I mean his lawyers may have merit in that statement. I don't know what the actual um how the wording is framed in what she's saying, what her lawyers, how the frame of the suit
Recordings.
looks, the
They're
documents
saying
itself.
because revenge recording while doing the thing wasn't a crime back then.
I,
Yeah.
I,
So she's
Um,
I
suing for the tape.
so I think the gameplay is for the lawyers on Diddy's side to do this, to say they want this thrown out of court, and they will hem and haw because, and they will file, let's say, these what are they called, continuations, or however they have to do it to stay out of court at this point, because all his focus is going to be on the criminal stuff that's coming down.
right. And hence why Little Rod lawyer said that he was already supposed to be in court with her, BTF, but he didn't appear in court like he was supposed to because of
Mhm.
everything else going on, I guess.
Yes.
But he said that they was already in court. Diddy didn't show up, and that Little Rod case is on hold because of this and the federal investigation.
Hmm. Yeah. So his lawyers are going to know how to delay, 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 delay. And the reason they're going to delay again is because all of the funds that he actually has is going to be used for the future RICO case that's coming down the pipe for him.
That makes sense.
You know, and let's say somehow this person is named in the RICO filing that is one of his victims.
Right.
You know, if he's going to have to end up paying her, he wants to pay for his criminal defense case first. So they'll
But
just do delay tactics.
so let me ask you a question. Let's hypothetically say that this case that we're talking about now that they trying to get thrown out, say she did come up in a RICO. Wouldn't that null and void for right now her case until they figure out what happened in the federal case?
That's a good question. I
I
don't know how
believe
it's
so.
gonna work.
I believe so. But I'm
Because
not
that's what
sure.
they said. Little Rod, being that he has the case on, it's put on hold until the federal investigation is over, and then this thing here. So I'm guessing that anybody that has a lawsuit against him, if they're in this RICO or this FBI thing that's going on, their civil case will be put on hold until they see what happens with the federal case.
Yes, it could
All
be.
right.
Because I know with a lot of RICO cases, they specify in RICO cases that after RICO cases are over, the victims can then pursue civil action, civil lawsuits.
Yeah. Oh, okay, okay.
But I thought that
I
was for
just
the
think,
victims that's listed in the RICO.
yeah, I just think, like I said, they're just playing delay tactics. They're gonna do everything that they can to keep him out of court at this point until he has to deal with what he's gonna have to deal with the federal government. You know, in a civil court, it's the individual and their state versus him. In a RICO case, it's the United States government Department of Justice versus him.
Mm-hmm.
The whole United States, all of us. No.
The United States
Mm-hmm.
government versus, yeah,
Such and
Department of
such
Justice.
district court. Yep.
Hmm.
Got it. So,
Yeah.
BTF, do you know anything about Cheryl
So
Strawberry case?
basically,
I'm sorry, Cheryl who?
if that,
Hold on, Kiki. Cheryl Strawberry and Ernest.
No.
Are you familiar? You're not familiar with that? Okay.
Uh-uh.
Go ahead, Kiki.
now I was just asking, so even if the civil court, the civil case, got dismissed, the federal case or the criminal case is still open, right?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
This civil
Okay.
case is like nothing to a federal case. And that's why
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering, like, being by the civil case is in a lower court, that should go ahead on and proceed in the order, like Lil Rod or whatever, whoever filed first, those proceedings should be going on. But like BTF said, that it could be that they're getting continuance. And what's going to happen, honestly, if they're going to try to use that loophole, because I just read why she's so upset, because somebody from Jodeci told her that everyone saw her tape with Diddy. So that's what got her riled up and wanted to do her suit. Being by there was no such thing of revenge tapes back then. He's like, how can she, bring this up? Whatever. So she's gonna have to amend hers probably and just leave it as she was assaulted,
Mm-hmm.
as assaulted that way, essayed, and she was put she was intoxicated, unwillingly, unlawfully. So that's how she's going to have to amend her civil case to get it looked at, so his lawyers can't put no type of stop on it. Because if he do have that video, the video would show proof that it did happen too, though. And now she can bring that in as evidence, because then you can see her state, her mentality, all of that.
Yep.
So
And
either way, she can amend it and still use that tape and still get them.
yes. And remember, lawyers know all the games to delay a court date. And even think of it this way: what happened with the civil case with a certain football player? They got a settlement, and they never got money. So even if this, unfortunately, if this girl, if they ever get to court and she wins, she might not get her money.
She will never see it.
You know what I'm saying? They have those lawyers know how to play all kinds of games.
And she's not going to get no upwards of 30 million either.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, even if it's a low
yes.
amount, she's not going to be like priority to pay out, even in the
Yes.
civil court, and he's found to owe her such and such amount.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, Spring, I think you got it confused. C. Allen or somebody said that Dickerson was before Little Rodney. And
Yeah,
that is true.
Her case went in right after Cassie.
Yeah, Cassie was first. Then I
and
guess
then
Dickerson,
Joy Dickerson,
then
and
Rod.
then Lil Rod.
Right. So they got it confused in the comments section. Now, Santana, I know I've been seeing you. How you doing, Santana? All right, Santana, I'll come back to you. Hey Tony, how's it going? So do you know any information about Cheryl Strawberry and Ernest? I can't hear Tony. Can you guys hear Tony?
No, he got all that good equipment.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I had the mute button on.
That's all right.
Okay, so Cheryl Strawberry is the young lady that works with Steve Harvey Morning Show, and she does a segment called the Strawberry.
I can't hear him.
Someone said they couldn't hear me. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So Cheryl Strawberry does the segment on the Steve Harvey Show called the Strawberry Letters. Her and Ernesto met later, and they got married. When they got married, they created this corporation that supposedly help groom the images and likeness of people that are starting businesses, and there's certain brands in media or whatever it might be, marketing or whatever. So they had these people invest so much money into them working these projects for them and creating their brands. But the exception is Ernesto didn't use any of the money at all to
you're getting a lot of feedback, Tony.
No, the feedback's not coming from me, it's coming from somewhere else. Yeah, there's no way feedback can come from my end. Hello. Yeah. So the brands that they were supposed to promote, they did not. Now, since those people that they took money from were in different states, and they did have an office with staff, they were RICO'd. So that case went straight to the feds because the money was taken across county lines, state lines, by way of the internet and mail. So that's a criminal act federally, and by it being a federal criminal act, and he was, or the two of them possibly were heads of the company. They was RICO'd in the case, and they worked that case for a long time because this started in 2023 in the month of September is when they came down on him. But they just grand jury just brought the indictment.
Got it. Okay.
on Ernesto. So, but the downfall to all of that is that Cheryl Strawberry she started talking yap about Steve Harvey before this happened. And so a lot of people is thinking that Steve Harvey had something to do with her husband getting trapped up. So,
Got it. All
uh,
right, hold on. Now, Rashida, did you hear about Ernesto?
Yeah, I did.
You know how dirty he is.
Yeah, I've heard his story, and I'm thinking, I don't know. Before you told me everything with the kids, the grandkids, I
Hold on,
was thinking,
Rashida. C. Allen, did you know about? Do you know all
Yeah,
about Ernesto? And you
yeah. The
know he
different
called
wives.
C. Allen. Did you know he called me out? He was trying to comfort me.
Oh, he tried to come for
we
you?
did.
Yeah. Do you guys know the YouTube name Nyla? Y'all know her?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, Nyla, she told me, and then I went back and I saw it. But anyway, going back to Ernesto, Rashida, tell well, Miss
Wait, no, Gigi, you can't just skip
You
past
can't
that
just
like
say that
that.
and leave us hanging.
Uh-uh.
We fight for you.
You say what, C. Allen?
We fight for you. You can't leave
For
us hanging like
real.
that on the cliff.
Yeah, yeah. No, but Nyla and her people, they really they checked him. But basically I did some commentary on him last year when it was getting out. And
Mm-hmm.
he didn't like what I said, so he said he was gonna send me a lawsuit. That's all. He ain't gonna
He
send me
ain't sending nothing.
nothing.
He
Right.
can't send himself nothing. He done sat right there and scam that
He
good nice
better
old lady.
he better hope he got enough money on his books to get some ramen and some hot Cheetos. Talk
Mm.
about a lawsuit. Anyway.
Now, see, Alan, why didn't Cheryl and women that get with these men, why they don't see their crooked ways? Cheryl said she was blindsided. She had no idea.
Her own kids saw his crooked ways, but when I think when certain people just are lonely and they do
Right.
envy other people lifestyles, they just want to show up with a good clean partner, and he could sell a good game, and he sold her a dream.
But
I mean,
see,
she
And
Alan,
some
don't
and
you
some
fear?
D.
See, Alan, don't you
right.
fear that if he's doing wrong, one day it will crumble and your name will fold under him? That's
Yes,
not a fear.
I didn't say I would do
Not
it. I'm talking about what Shirley thought
I
process
know, but
not
was.
when you
Cheryl,
dizzy.
Cheryl is very
She just
smart.
wanted love.
Yeah, but
Yes,
I see her as being very smart. She's smarter than me. So
smart how though, Gigi? Because obviously she not smart when it come to men. You can't say that and she with this dude.
Love will make you the most idiotic person in the world, especially when you
For
want
real.
love more than you want your own reputation. You want love to supersede your reputation.
Right. It
She just
sounds like
wanted a
she loved
partner.
that man more than she loved herself, her kids, and
Yep.
everybody else.
do you really think she loved that man or she liked the idea of being in a relationship?
She
Because
loved
see,
him.
She loved him. Because any well, no, wait. I don't know if I could call that love because it was more, maybe it's an infatuation. I don't know what it is. But if your grandchildren is telling you that this man did something and you don't care, you don't even question, and you down talk your children to him,
Mm.
that's a different, I don't know.
He put it down. He gave her something she ain't had before in a long
That
time.
D.
but
He
he was
sweet
not
talked
even
her.
he cannot spend that much time with her because he had another woman that he paid for her house right down the street from his wife. And he
Yeah.
messed with multiple women. So
And he
She
was
hello.
didn't
still
care. She
married to
didn't
like two.
care. She old school, Gigi. She got that old school mentality. Them wives knew that them husbands had multiple families, kids, and everything else. They
But he
didn't care. They
clean
stuck
up.
by them.
I don't get it. So
Clean up and show
she
up.
didn't love herself. What about her value? Don't she think that she's valuable enough to have somebody that love her and honorable? I mean, she got money. She make more money than he does.
Not
Right.
based
She
on
But
what
got
he presented.
look at all of the old school, Gigi. How was our grandparents and great grandparents? How these people lived? We
They
thought they
showed
was
up
better.
together,
Right.
looking happy, cleaned up, like ain't nothing happened. When there's a whole lot going at home, and it's like honestly,
Right.
they didn't even address the man. It was like, I know where you was at, what you was doing, but I don't
Right.
want to live, my truth, because I
See,
want to keep my
Alan, back
peace.
then you had these men bringing their wives, children from their mistresses. I didn't seen it.
Oh, I know.
But Rashida, you might be right, but we live in a new world. Haven't she
It
caught
ain't that new.
on?
No, not for her.
And
But
honestly, for a lot of
Rashida,
people, it's not that new.
her job is to give people advice about love and relationships in the new world, not the
And
old world.
yeah, but Gigi, a lot of people can give advice. That don't mean they take the advice that they give. It's a
Right.
lot of people out there that has that mentality. What's that saying? Do as I say, not as
Not
I
as I
do.
do. And a lot of times on Steve Harvey show, he would even interject and put his side on what she was saying. That Shirley Strawberry letter was just a segment. She was not a relationship therapist. It was just something to put on the show, and they would read a letter, and everybody would interject. But they liked the Shirley Strawberry letter because of the way that it sounds, because of her name. That she's not no relationship therapist.
Yeah, and Spring said, why didn't the spirit tell her?
Yeah, right. She said, like you said, Gigi. I see the
Uh-huh.
spirit should have
Why didn't
told, but you know what? The spirit tells us things all the time. I'm gonna
But
just
we don't
speak for
listen.
myself. It's been times where I prayed for things and it came in so many different ways and I ignored it.
Did you
Amen.
ignore it or you just didn't understand it at the time?
Whether I didn't understand it or whatever, I ignored it.
I had stuff clear as day, but I didn't want to, because I'm thinking I'm ignoring it, because I'm like, well, you telling me this is this, but if I walk away from this, then how am I going to survive? Because my faith, I claim I had it, but I didn't leap out on it
Right. And
until
we
I got
women,
pushed to that point.
see, Alan, what we go off of as women more than not, emotions.
Emotions versus our intuition. And our
So
intuition is almost
Right.
99%
right.
correct.
But
And
I'm
that's just what it
sure
is.
Strawberry, her emotions was telling her
You
this
you
man is cheating. Her emotions was telling her he's out here. What? Come on. If you love,
Gigi.
time out, Rashida. If you love a man, you're going to want to know where he at. You know,
Gigi.
he's safe. You all right? Where you at?
Gigi.
Home. Yes, Rashida.
Now you know better than that. How many women? Now I now granted, it was a point in time in my life where I didn't care as long as he was coming home to me. Not now, because I
Rashida, you
will,
don't
like I
care
told
if
you, I
you
got that pow
love
pow. It's
him.
not going down like that now. But
Stop the brakes. Pause. You didn't care where your man was at?
not when I was younger, no.
I didn't care either, but as an older adult now, me, it's not so much I need to know where you're at, but it's more so like, long as you ain't disrespecting this household and
Right.
it's safe and you're coming back, like you're respecting me out
Rashida,
in the
you need
street
to
when you
keep
respect
tabs
yourself.
on these niggas.
No,
You need
yeah,
to
I
keep
look, I
tabs.
was look,
Rashida,
I
you
had daddy issues growing up. I told you, Gigi, I had to destroy and rebuild.
yeah,
And
when
I
you come
had
in the
my
house,
dad in the house, but
you
cheating is
you
cheating.
don't sense if he took a shower at another whole house. You don't sense if you smell the aroma of some sex or
You
something.
you
Mm-hmm.
sense it, but coming from, I'm gonna just speak for myself. I can't speak for no other female. Coming from having daddy issues, right? When I was in love when I was younger, it didn't matter to me because that was my end all be all at
Right.
one point. You get what I'm saying? So it was more of a fear of losing and not having than it was anything else.
Losing the life that you know. To what?
Right.
You had to weigh the pros and the cons of the situation. I honestly, and like I said, I my dad lived in the house, and he's a cheater. So me, I still got put in situations. I'm like, wow, your daughter's going through stuff that you did, but like you said, it's like, do I stay? or do I go and I don't know what to do and I have a child?
Right. That comfort, fear will keep you in a place that you don't want to be in. It's not until you get out there and like what people say, you gotta be comfortable. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, when you're younger, you don't look at things like that. You just hold on to what's comfortable. It's steady. You know what it is. You don't want to learn nothing new. It's a whole bunch with
Well, you
that.
better wake up. You better get uncomfortable because if you gonna stay like that, you're gonna end up like Strawberry. Her life is
Oh no.
her
Oh,
credit,
Gigi.
hold on, wait, girl. Her credit is ruined. Her reputation is ruined. She was making good money. She did better off without a man than a man. Okay,
That's
honey.
true, but I ain't
But
like that
she
now,
want
Gigi.
Marjorie
I'm
money.
not talking about you, Rashida. I'm sticking on Strawberry Cheryl. You know,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
do personals. But with Strawberry Cheryl, she was doing way better without a man. You know, her heart is broken. She's traumatized again
Yeah.
and again. She ain't gonna never get over this at her big age. She got a big age,
She got
honey.
a
She
huge
probably
age.
she was looking at it like, look, I'm older. I
Uh-uh.
ain't got much time left.
Nah,
Uh-uh.
He
she was in
laying it
love.
down. He laying it down right. He look good. He is slick
See,
talker. That
I don't know many grannies like that. My
mm-mm. You
you
don't know many grannies that's gonna allow the man that they laying next to do things to their grandchildren either, do you?
no, and I don't know too many grannies that gonna allow a man to use them and pay them money, honey.
But when
Okay,
Oh,
he
you
was so
you got some
drained,
sugar mamas out here now.
you
yeah,
might
It
know.
when
just
he's
like
so
sugar daddies.
I say
drained,
I don't know, Rashida. It may be out there, but honey,
She a sugar mama. That's what she is. That's the
and she
same thing.
didn't
She's
know
a
it.
right.
Cause she thought that he had money because he had barber shops and he was
Okay,
coming
see,
around with
Alan, if he
cars.
had money, then why you shoving money in his face?
Oh no, no,
That
no.
was
This was in the
after. I don't
beginning.
think it. Yeah, I don't think it was like that in the beginning.
Like he gave her like this grand wedding and all of this. It was like he was taking money and
Yeah,
flipping it
that
and
was
stuff.
all scams.
Yeah, he
That
was
was all
Yeah.
scamming really bad. And
yeah.
she didn't know.
She should have did some research. Why won't you do
She
some
don't.
research?
Shirley don't probably even know how to work the internet. It don't say
Listen,
Shirley email letter. It say Shirley
listen.
letter.
Listen,
He knew how to work it.
as much as I do news coverage on these niggas pound these girls and stuff, you know I'm paranoid. Shit. And look, I don't want to
Right.
become another victim. I don't want to be on the damn news. And I'm thinking, Strawberry, she does a lot of coverage on radio. She talks with gossip and she hears a story about these men scamming and shit. Why wouldn't she look back? And she didn't have to look far. He has a bad reputation.
Right in the same
Maybe she
state.
like
That was
bad
the crazy
boys,
part. In
Gigi.
the same city, same state,
What
and
if she, what if she liked bad boys? What if she knew and she liked it? We don't know.
So you saying she's a young Miami?
She could
she
have
a
been.
old Miami.
Look, let me tell
Well,
you,
if
it's a
she's a
lot of older
young
women out here doing things they ain't got no business doing.
Miami, okay, time out, Rashida. If she's a young Miami, why in the hell she's acting so naive and she did not know? She come off like she's sweet, she's innocent, she's educated, and she got
Because
used.
she's an entertainer. At the end of the day, though, that's the one thing that we keep forgetting about these rich people that's out here every day. They are human just like us.
And they both had something in common and they bonded over that. They wanted to
Right.
be rich and they wanted more. She said when she went into their house how big it was and how Marjorie just looked down at them and had servants and like, oh wow, is the help here. Both of them talked about more, extravagant lives. That's what they bonded over, trying to get a bigger, better life, showing that she's, elevating, and she thought that he had this money and he thought that she had this money, and they both played each other, and now look at them.
Yeah.
Now I know people are saying they want to call in and talk about this topic, and I know the phone line's down. I have to rebuke Kiki and another Kiki. Feel free to call me back, but I have to cancel this to rebuke it. I can't talk.
I rebuke
Rebuke.
you in the name of
Ah, Oh my goodness. So, C. Allen, what are your thoughts about Steve Harvey? You know, last year when we talked about this, people did put Steve Harvey in the mix. They said he is the reason why they got together. He was the one that introduced them to each other. Why did Steve Harvey didn't do his research on the criminal that he has, Ernest? And Ernest, this is not his first time at the rodeo. His whole background is criminals. He's a
And
criminal.
and I
So if
think
we
he
know that,
introduced Cynthia Bailey to her now ex-husband,
right,
Mike. Like Steve Harvey, like when he came out with that book, think like a man, act like a lady, all of that. I stopped reading it because I had, hold on, you had 3 wives and you were cheating on your 2 wives that you admitted on, but you claimed you love Marjorie so much. And then I had to look and do my research on her. I said, oh, she a roundaway girl.
right.
So
Kingpin, boyfriend, all of this.
So
He's
they
about.
don't care about criminals.
He don't
no.
care about that. He know if we know that they got shady backgrounds, you think they don't know?
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
Do y'all care about criminals? Comment in the comment section. Press 1 if you would date a man with a criminal record. Press 4 if you will not. What are your thoughts?
In my
Start your show now. Press 1 to hear important instructions.
Your show
My
is
man,
start
in
in
my oh, I'm waiting for that to finish.
29 seconds.
At my age now,
wait, look what Sunset Night said. I can't.
What they say? Say it, Rashida.
I never respected that thick lip.
Your show
Wait,
will go
it
live
went
in 5,
past too fast.
4,
She said
3,
he got thick
2,
lips.
1.
I can't.
Blog Talk Radio.
he's not trustworthy. He's not. He's not trustworthy. And the fact that her ex-husband said that Steve Harvey is not even Marjorie's type, that she's just attracted to his life and she fell in love with his life and not him.
His
I can
money.
Right.
believe that because she
Hmm.
said she did not like guys that had like big features, like big lips, big nose, none of that. He's the complete opposite of a guy that she would date because she was all about image as well. But his money outweighed his image. And you see she got her children last name changed to Harvey as well.
What?
Oh, he don't even deal with his
He
kids.
don't deal
Do
with his
not.
real kids. But
His real kids do not.
But how
Lori
could
Harvey is not his
Marjorie want
daughter.
to be with Steve when he don't even care for his real kids?
Cause long as you care for mine, we good.
Isn't that show you the character that person is?
He don't care. He thinks that he got the best thing smoking. She can dress
Mm-hmm.
him. He look good with her. She look good with him. And Lori Harvey is being passed around the entertainment business, and that's not even his daughter.
He gave her to Diddy at one point, didn't he?
Yep, Diddy and his son. They were actually on a vacation together.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, 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 uh.
So I
And
wouldn't be
that.
surprised to see his name on some soon.
Mm-hmm.
So you think Ernesto and Steve Harvey did crimes together too?
Yep.
I mean, how did he meet this guy? And my thing is, Steve Harvey done been caught up with Ponzi schemes before, saying, "Well, I ain't had nothing to do with it. I didn't know it was like that." Come on, man. How many times you going to throw your hands up like it won't me? I didn't know.
Call in and let us know what y'all thought about this case. I do have another caller. Gigi, that's false. Steve Harvey and Ernest admitted he did not introduce them at all. It was one of her friends in the industry. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Sally, for clearing that up. Caller 615 Kiki.
Oh, you know what?
Talk to me.
Yeah. What I'm going to say is it applies to her and it also applies to Chrisean. As women, when we think of loving ourselves, we think of, dressing ourselves on the outside, looking good on the outside, putting the nails on, putting the makeup on, putting the hair on, having everything Loving yourself is just setting boundaries, healthy boundaries, and enforcing it. That's all it is. As women, it is not always a case of a person not loving themselves. It is, or not feeling like they're not worthy. I will say that.
Your phone
A
going
lot of
messing
things
up.
that
Can
you
you talk
can't.
to me better? Because that phone, you doing something. Hello? All right. I think we lost her. Go ahead, Rashida. Do you understand what she was saying? Damn, I lost Rashida too.
Nah, Rashida's muted.
Alan, go ahead.
Oh
There go
no,
Rashida.
yeah. Um yeah, loving she's basically saying loving yourself has nothing to do with the exterior but the interior. Basically your mental, she was saying setting boundaries, basically knowing your worth
Mhm.
and don't not letting nobody walk all over you, use you. And that has nothing to do with your outer appearance.
Boundaries. Can we talk about set boundaries? Because a lot of y'all do set boundaries, but you don't hold on to it. You say, I'm not going to deal with no cheating man. The nigga cheat on you and you still with him. What happened to that damn boundary? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but you live and you learn, Gigi. If
Right.
you keep making the same mistakes over and it's okay for all of us to go through that, right? We human, right? But the older and older you get, you gotta know that's the part of loving yourself is sticking to that.
Sticking to your boundary. What's the word that
Right.
you use when you have laws and you enforce your laws?
Yeah.
Sense. I don't know what words give us
Nowadays,
sense.
people got a lot of boundaries, but they don't enforce them. Hell.
Right. That's true. But
So what's
Love will make you do some crazy things, but when you said doing things over and over, that's the definition of insanity because you're gonna get the
right.
same result.
Right.
So at some
Well,
point,
y'all
but
better leave that love alone if it's causing y'all to act like Cheryl
no,
Strawberry.
no, no, no.
No, no, no. Gigi,
We're
don't
just
do
saying
that.
we
You
have been
tried
in.
it.
We
She
were
tried it.
younger and wasn't even that far in deep. She ain't even been married to this man that long to be this deep in. Hearing
Well,
the
you like
jail calls,
deep
you
in
would think
love.
that they like she like 21 and he just went in to do a little time. The way they was talking on them jail calls and he'll hang up and call his other chick and she be like, "Oh, you wanna hear daddy?" That I'm like, yo, this dude is too old. She too old and she too old. Like, what is going on here? And
For
they
real.
released all the jail calls. And as a wife, as you think you are, you have to hear this stuff publicly with the world. That's more
Uh,
humiliating than the fact that he's still married.
Now, do you think she gonna stop messing with him now that everybody know her business? Nope.
I, I think she is because he done played her. Um, then the fact that he's still married and stuff, because a lot of her stuff got repossessed because of the way that they said it was obtained because they were married. Now she can detach herself because legally they're not married because he's already was married when they got married to two, three
Oh
other
crap.
people.
Oh.
The bigamy. So yeah, he got
Mm,
charged with that. So
mm.
now hopefully she can get some of her assets back because technically she was never his wife by law.
Dang, that you just saying that it stressed me out. Like, oh man, I'm about to sue him for emotional distress.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And she's still with him after all of that. And she had to make a public apology to Steve and Marjorie. She got to apologize to her kids and her grandkids. She's just going around doing an apology campaign for this man that she won't even married to. And he calling people as soon as he hang up with her. And she was like, "Well, I'm praying and just keep the faith in there, baby." And then he called next girl, "Let me hear that thing. You got that thing for me? Ooh, I can't wait to get home. Because I'm coming home
Oh
real
no.
soon." Like, and the whole world hearing is what you, Shirley Strawberry. Like, come on, baby.
We need to start a class action lawsuit for emotional distress for these
From a
women.
Ernesto. No, Ernesto alone.
Not let me hear that thing. I can't.
That's what he said. As soon as he got off the phone with Shirley Strawberry, he was like, "Damn, baby, you right. I'm gonna keep my faith with God." Next call. "Oh yeah, you gonna let me hear that thing?" Yeah, daddy. Like what? We don't went from church to the
She
doggone strip club in
They
jail.
lying. They liars. Ain't they lying?
can't.
Mm-mm.
I
Them jail
can't.
calls was funny.
So
I
see,
have to go back and listen
how
to all
can
of them.
girls like Strawberry wise and up so they can prevent this type of trauma in their life? They invite, not
Love
knowing they
themselves.
invited.
But
Love
Juju,
themselves and
some
stop
don't
trying to
get
have
it.
other people's life.
Say
It
that
see that
again, Stella. What?
Love yourself first and stop trying to live how other people live in their life.
yeah, because I heard the way she was explaining what she seen in Marjorie house and what Marjorie had, and you could already tell that she's envious.
It was straight envy in her voice.
You can hear it the way she explained it.
He
You
was
get what
like,
I'm
shut
saying?
up.
So
You lying. It's like Daddy Nail. Golly. I'm like, he country as hell. Like he was
tell my son, do she look old? Well, what that got to do with it?
because he's trying to get her next.
That's what it sounds like. She was like, well, nah, she wasn't there. I'm like, what in the world is these are people that are old enough or was supposed to teach us. I feel sorry for her kids. If she the mama, she the
But the kids had more sense. They like
mama.
stopped, like one of her daughters stopped talking to her when she tried to tell her that this man actually tried to approach her. And she told her before the wedding, she told her after the wedding, and she completely left her mama alone. She didn't bring her she lost seeing her grandchild and her daughter over it. And she said, baby, you know I don't believe her and her lies. It's gonna be about you. I got your back. This and that. You got his back, she got his back, she got his back, she got his back. So y'all got his back. Yeah, it's back good. You right.
This is crazy.
So from the man point of view, he didn't feel any guilt. He didn't
Who?
feel any conviction.
Ernesto was calling them them 304s was waiting for that call.
I guess this is just another scam to him, huh?
Right.
Scamming somebody hard. He really could you really say he cared about her after
Hell
doing that?
no.
Rashida, are you quiet?
No, I think
Quiet.
that
I feel like you thinking about it. Do you
no,
really
because I feel
think he
like
didn't love her or
I
love
think he not loved but cared about. Yeah, because that's his investment. Who don't care about their investment?
Well,
Yeah,
you
he
know
cared
what?
about
I
being
don't like how
attached
you
to
gonna say
her, but he
that.
didn't care about her.
I don't think he loved her. I don't. Let me put it like this. I don't think he was in love with her like that. I believe he cared about her well-being because that was his investment. So no, he didn't want to see anything tragic happen to
I
her.
disagree, Chrisita. You said, yeah,
Shit.
I think he would love to see her gone if he's gonna have an insurance policy and he
But
got
he
money.
Oh
not
my
his
God.
his marriage is it doesn't count to her though.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying,
So he don't get nothing.
if her death benefited him, he would want her gone. He didn't give a
Yeah,
damn
yeah,
about anybody
yeah. Because like for all we know, him and the first woman he married might be in this together.
It's another woman that he's really in it with that's like she's like his down chick. Like she know
Yeah,
the ins and outs and he's not married to her, but she knows everything and she's part of keeping the schemes going.
yeah. I believe that.
Yeah, and she's
That's
actually
the one
she's
he
young.
loved.
Yeah, that's who he loved. She's actually young, and that's like the one he's not letting go.
Right. Cause she keeping him updated on how this scamming stuff working.
Mm-hmm. And trying to get around stuff. And she the one that said, well, I'm still looking into it. I'm gonna try to get to see you, talk to your lawyer, stuff like that. When they on the phone, they talk a little business first. Then he be like, you miss me. I'm like, you asking different women, do they miss you and all of that? But with Shirley, it was about prayer
else. No,
and
that
God.
strokes his ego. He needed to stroke his ego.
By that many people, he got a problem.
What's his sign?
Mhm.
And she
But
was a
see,
Scorpio.
I know you talked about his daughter or Cheryl daughter. It was said that Ernesto was trying to creep with
Mm-hmm.
Cheryl grandkids. And it was on file document. I don't know how far did it go. Do you know any information? Did he get charged for that too? But I knew they were saying that he had to stay away from the
Yep.
kid.
Her daughter got her daughter because she didn't know to what extent this man would go, but he got too close to her comfort. Her mother did not believe her, so she got a protective order for her and her children. And that was that. And because her mama stuck by that man, she ceased all communication with her mother as well because her mother did not believe that Ernesto was that type of person. And even Shirley Strawberry was heard on the phone saying, "That is just crazy. I don't know why she would say that."
See, Alan, maybe I'm just really naive or dumb or something, but I can't understand for the life of me. Strawberry, he did all this dirt, and you took up him against your own daughter, and you didn't know his ass was a scumbag, and how many women he got going on, how many fraud, how many plays, he got a bad reputation. I'm not convinced, honey. What is wrong with her? Huh?
This is before like people start releasing the jail calls. This is around the time she
No,
was talking
no,
about Steve
no.
Harvey.
Because before the jail costs, C. Allen,
It was his
he been
behavior.
have a bad reputation.
Mm-hmm.
He
His
been
behavior
had
too.
a horrible reputation. His track record shows
Mm-hmm.
his history. Shit.
And from my understanding, she knew that he did time, but she act like she didn't. It wasn't nothing that serious.
Something wrong with her. I'm
Yeah,
convinced.
and that's why I think it was her being lonely, and she just was
No,
trying to
it's
go
something.
after.
Look, I'm lonely. No, no, no.
No, no, you're not.
Shit, I'm lonely. Something up. Something is up. So you
She
need to
was
come
trying to get that
along.
lifestyle.
Lifestyle.
Yeah, because he was scamming and had nice cars and gave her a nice ring and a little cute wedding. She thought that my money, your money equals, ooh, we almost with Steve and Marjorie. Like she was envious of them.
Lifestyle and risking your whole for doing some fraud. Oh hell no.
But she didn't know it was fraudulent at the time when
You
she
gotta
married
know
him.
something. I want to know where you getting this money from? How you doing it? Because I want to
He
do
had a
it too.
barber shop.
Teach me. Teach
He
me how to
he
do
cut
it.
hair really well. Best
But I have a
barber.
question.
I believe in the hype, but go ahead.
How, all right, so in that call, I was hearing her say the stuff that Marjorie had, right? And she was saying, had Marjorie would have been there, she wouldn't have never seen them room. She knew she wasn't supposed to be in there. We gonna just skip past while she was there and Steve Harvey was bringing her into places that he shouldn't have been bringing her in.
Hold on, I didn't hear that call. I heard the call when she said that Marjorie looked down on them when they had a party, like they was the help.
Oh, you didn't hear the call when she was saying Marjorie had a room where she gets
Oh
massages
yeah, I heard that one too. I did
and
hear that one.
she said that Marjorie wasn't there, that Steve was scared of Marjorie because Marjorie wears the pants basically, and she was like,
Mm-hmm.
if Marjorie was there, she wouldn't have never seen them rooms, as if she was not supposed to be. She said, I know I wasn't supposed to be in there. Why was she in there? And Steve know that. What were they doing?
That's true.
Charlotte's so sneaky.
But
So
it had to be
sneaky.
two visits because remember in that same conversation, she also said Marjorie looked down at them as if they were the help.
Right. So
So
why would the
was
help
she
be
there
snooping
or was
around
she?
my rooms?
But was Marjorie there to look down on you or not?
Well, I think she's talking about when Marjorie was coming to the studio and just period. All like when she called, you know, all together.
No, she said when we walked in the house, she looked down like, "Why are we here? Like we were just the help." Like,
So it must have been two different visits
mm-hmm.
because that call that I heard, she
It
said
was the
Marjorie
same
wasn't.
one.
Yeah, because he said, "Do she look old?" And she was like, "I don't know. She wasn't there." That's exactly what she said.
But
So
she know what Marjorie looked like. Now, come on, her being there now at that point, she knew what Marjorie looked like. She been with.
You
Steve
know,
Harvey
y'all
show
can
for so
make me
long
not
time.
like Strawberry Cheryl. I don't like her ass no more. And I just feel like it's so rude. If you know a hoe don't want you go in their room, you don't go in their room.
Yep.
Right.
She was
Why would
jealous.
you
Like
do that?
she
Well,
said, the
She made it.
massage room was big. She had a whole spa. That's what she said. Like,
uh-uh.
Yeah, that's
No
what she was
wonder why
saying.
Marjorie didn't trust your ass, because you're a snake. You're a snake in the grass.
Ooh, what y'all think she did to what y'all think she did to Steve when she heard this tape and found out he had her walking through the
I don't know. Marjorie was like, "Oh, so she was down here in my spa.
house?
What she was doing down here, Steve? Go get my belt. Get
Oh
them big
my
Steve Harvey belts
goodness.
that I done laid out for you. The
But
new
you know
ones.
what, C. Allen? I bet she say, you see, Steve, and that's why I told you I don't want that hoe around here. Look what she's doing. She's gossiping. She's going to room she had no business going into. You can't trust this person. They got
Ma-
videotapes, whatever. They don't care. And now she's got,
Gigi,
and now it's all over the internet. I told your ass to keep her away from us.
Marjorie don't care because she was with her boyfriend that day anyway.
Yeah,
Probably
but she's
so.
still gonna use
Yeah,
that.
but that's still home. She
She's
still
still
Yeah,
control
gonna
her
true.
use that to
castle.
say she was right and Steve Harvey need to listen to her, because I wouldn't trust Strawberry just because the company that she keeps. She don't have good discernment about enemies and snakes around
Mm-hmm.
her. And that is gonna rub off on her and shit. I don't want that spirit over here. I don't trust Strawberry.
And then we having
But
a
you
cookout.
know we
Everybody go
like
to the
that.
back.
You know we like that anyway. Like that has always been a rule of mine. You talk about enforcing rules. Ain't no female, mama, sister, brother, cousin, not up in my house when I ain't here. I'm sorry. That's just how I am. I don't
Mm-hmm.
trust nobody.
Yep.
And that's not just on of having a husband, just period. I'm just like that. I wouldn't roam around nobody else's house and I don't want nobody roaming in mine.
And then you don't want no type of accusations to come out that could
Right.
be very well be false, could very well be true, but you
Right.
have no way to prove because you were not there for yourself.
But he got her, he got them at the house. Cause she said that I'ma listen to it again. She said it. I know I ain't got no I ain't had no business in those rooms. Cause if she was there, we wouldn't have seen them rooms. She said that.
I
Mm-hmm.
know she said it, Rashida. I heard of her. I heard it all. I know she said it. Now 615 Kiki, you back?
Yeah.
Yeah. What were you saying?
No, like I was saying, what I was going to say would apply to her and Chrisean as well.
Yeah, your audio still kind of janky.
Okay, hold on.
It just sound like you real far from the phone.
Yeah, it sound janky.
Yeah, it sound janky. I
Mm-mm.
can't with Gigi.
You
So,
tried to clean it up, and she was like, "No, don't get a
I
definition of
said what I
janky."
said.
Yeah, don't give the definition of what I said.
talking about Chrisean, I'm glad you brought that name up. A lot of people are dragging her, and they have a lot of issues with that baby of hers. So do you guys have any thoughts about that? Do you think they should leave Chrisean alone because she's out here, she's trying to do fitness,
I
and
think they should leave her alone because I'm tired of hearing her name. They're making her more relevant than she need to be. Just stop saying her name. Stop saying Junior unless it's somebody in your family. Leave her and that baby alone. Ain't nobody paying for that baby. We ain't sending no diapers. We ain't sending no milk. If he got a chain around his neck that's hanging real low, that's their business. Like,
Oh, I can't.
unfollow them. I can't do this.
uh,
I can't give them that.
615 Kiki, you back? Can we hear you better?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Now, go ahead. What were you gonna say about Chrisean and Strawberry?
Yeah. So what I'm going to say about them, we have to understand that being older does not necessarily equate to wisdom, but it should, but it doesn't.
It's your phone is still the
I
same.
I gotta go. I'll be back. I'll be back, y'all. I gotta go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's not clear.
Oh, all
It
right.
sounds like you hiding.
Yeah, can you come to StreamYard? Is that better?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I'll do the stream, y'all.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So the phone lines are open. We're talking about Strawberry, and Ernest. And anything else you want to say, C. Allen?
No, we had talked about everything. I said my little piece on Chrisean, which was nothing. And
Well,
yeah.
you gotta say something. Do you guys know who Chrisean is? Press 1 if you know who Chrisean is. Press 2 if you do not know who she
You
is.
still making her relevant.
No, because everybody was talking about her on the internet today and yesterday. Did you see her with her
Yes.
baby eating?
I saw I got the notification, and then I finally opened one
Girl, this
by
is deja
accident.
vu. This is deja vu.
It's oh,
I'm having deja vu. We was here before, C. Allen. You said those exact words, and we was talking about this exact topic.
I'm just over it. It's like if people would just stop commenting on her and leave her alone, let her be, then she would fade out. Everybody acts irritated, annoyed, and want to talk about her and her baby. What about the baby that's living 2 doors down from you? Like, do you know if that baby's doing good or well? Like, y'all stop focusing on little Junior and worry about the little Juniors that's in your neighborhood. That's just how I feel about it. Chrisean gonna be Chrisean. She don't listen. Her and Carlissa, let them go back and forth over son and baby daddy, whatever.
510, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. What's your thoughts?
Oh my God. On what? Well, I'm only here to speak on the Cheryl Strawberry.
Talk about it.
Oh my God. I've been here since the beginning at the Shirley Strawberry. It is one of the ghettoest soap operas I've ever seen through the radio and the YouTube. Nesto, they say you're nasty, Nesto. That's what they call them in the streets. I don't call them that, but that's what they call them.
Nasty Nesto. Now, why they call him nasty, girl?
Nesto.
Why they call him nasty?
Nesto. Girl, because when they found him and they found his bag with his stuff, it had dildos and black masks. Yes,
girl, what he doing with them dildos?
That's nasty. That's nasty. That's what they found in his black bag. Oh, Liquid V. Do you know about the Liquid V?
You talking about Puff Daddy? You talking about Ernest? I'm confused.
I'm talking about Nasty Nesto. You said what they call him, nasty?
Yeah,
Liquid V.
Liquid Z, is that some type of disease?
No, it's Viagra. I don't know what you could say. Liquid
Viagra.
They've been saying Liquid V. Liquid V.
Oh, okay. Damn.
That's what they found in his bag. That's what he was doing. He was using all that extra.
Have you ever messed with a man on them pills?
I think so. Yeah, I have.
I don't like it.
So.
It's not fair. It's not fair. They keep going on and on and on all night long. It's this thing called a honey packs. Have y'all heard of honey packs? Press 1 to hear them honey packs. Press 7 you had not. I do not like them honey packs. They cheated.
For real.
See, Alan, because they never go down.
For real, y'all like that?
No.
Oh wow. It's fine.
No. Especially if you worried if they're gonna be okay. It's like, wait a minute, is this okay? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, I'm different, maybe.
Nestle had his Liquid V. I didn't even know he came and
your audio starting to mess up. Maybe it's the Blog Talk Radio. Are you
Can you
there?
hear me now?
Yeah, keep talking like that. Keep talking up to the screen and loud. Keep going.
All right. I said, shit.
Lord.
What did I say? I
We're
didn't know about the
we,
liquid V.
girl, we'll come back. Okay. Kiki.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to
Can you
me,
hear
Kiki.
me?
Yeah.
Kiki, do you love me?
Oh,
You sound good now, Kiki.
Okay, thank you. So I was saying in regards to, is that Miss Cheryl or and Chrisean?
You
As
both
I
of
was saying, yeah, earlier when we were talking about self-love. Um, we as women also have to question our ideology when it comes to relationships. I think sometimes the ideology that we have been given has been counterproductive to us having
it
healthy
has.
relationships.
It has. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you have women out here that want to be princesses and want to be taken care of. Then
Well,
you have
that.
nothing wrong with that at all. Then you have the ideology where, there's the bad guy, you got to tame him. You got to help him. You got to work
I,
him back to
I'm
health.
gonna opt out. Can I opt out of that?
You can, but a lot of women don't. So I think when it comes to both of them, especially Chrisean, because this is why I started watching your channel because of the past videos you did on Chrisean, because
Yeah.
I was really rooting for Chrisean. I can identify with her to a certain extent. But she doesn't listen. We don't listen, at that age, whatever, you hear people saying things, you really don't listen because all you are going off of is what you see. Now, she might be seeing, okay, well, this guy didn't have a good relationship with his mother, he didn't have a good relationship with his father, I could be the one that can help him, but you didn't have a good relationship with your parents either. So it's kind of like a trauma bond. But we feel sometimes that we can be that person that can help a person. We can aid them back to love or whatever. It can all be the stuff that's going on in the
Can I
background.
say something, Kiki? Because it's something in my
Mhm.
mind. Because I'm thinking, all these girls are going through certain things, Strawberry and Chrisean. And I feel like everybody tell them right. But when it comes to these men, and some of these men know how to talk, and they are
Yeah,
charmer. And I think these girls, Strawberry and Chrisean, they be having their mind. I just want him to say this to me. I just want him to feel this way. And then when they say what they've been hoping for and wishing for, girl, it's like magic. Okay.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God, it's music to their ears. And honey, they fall into a trance and they just like, yes, daddy. Yes, daddy, I do what you want me to do. F them. I'm going to sacrifice my morals. I'm going to sacrifice my life. I give up my soul to you. And they are selling their soul out to these men. They're selling their
Yeah.
soul out because if they had good common sense, they know they would not be there, but they are selling their souls to these niggas.
It is fairy tale thinking. You got people that are they will say, okay, women have intuition, right? How is it that you have intuition at the end but you don't have it in the beginning? You don't have the intuition in the beginning because you're going off of fairy tale thinking.
Yeah, they don't. Somebody lying about that intuition.
Thank you. Right. In the beginning, you have to have that intuition to know. And the thing is, sometimes we don't know. I've been guilty of this. You don't know how to vet because that is you learn. I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. When you have fathers in your life that are active, I'm just saying active fathers, your father is supposed to teach you how to be treated by a man. Your mother is supposed to treat or a mother to a man is supposed to treat them, so it's supposed to be, you're supposed to see how to be treated by a woman. When you don't have mother and father in your life, we get a lot of our ideologies about relationship from our peers, from the media, and so forth and so forth. So we're looking at that as, okay, this is how it should be, when that's not really how it is. We really, as women, we don't understand the nature of men. Men don't understand the nature of women. We're just going off of what we want and how we want them to be.
And
So with
I
them,
agree.
I think, mhm,
No, I was saying I agree with that. And I was just going to add to what you were saying when you said that fathers are supposed to show their daughters the way they should be treated, and mothers are supposed to show their daughters, the right way that they receive treatment for a man. But in real life now,
right,
it's not like that. So it's like you said,
yeah,
it's
it's not
peers
like
and
that.
media.
I think I don't
Right.
know. I hear what y'all saying, but I'm feeling a different wave, and I would say it like this. When you say the father's supposed to show, I like to word it as, when you have a father there, by them treating the mother right, honorable, honest, loving, faithful, it shows and give example of how a man is supposed to treat you. Your values
Right.
when it comes to relationships are much higher because you come from high value when it comes to these
Right.
relationships, and you don't accept nothing less because you know how good your dad treated your mama, and hell,
Mm-hmm.
and how good your dad treats you. So, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you would think that it will help you and guide you into the way. Because when people say shit, they be having an idea like, how, let me show you how I'm going to treat this nigga and how I'm going to treat this nigga and how I'm treating this nigga. That's not showing when you have multiple partners that you show it. And I think
Exactly.
the guys, because you
Exactly.
got sons and you got fathers, and these fathers feel like, well, I teach my son how to do it because they father, the dude, the father is being with multiple women, and he's like, well, look, I teach him how to handle these girls, but that's not how to handle no girl. You need to been with his mama, married, faithful, and honorable to his mama, treat his mama good, But I think that's like
Exactly.
out. But I think back in the day as well, which is a different perspective, you did have people, growing up and they watch their parents and they're like, I don't want that. I don't want to be like my mama
Yeah.
sitting home while my daddy is out there cheating and being abused. I don't want this. So that is also guiding, and these, they're going to decide what they want. And you do have some that in the household and they see their mama take abuse and they see their daddy cheating, and
Mm-hmm.
their values, where if a man cheat on them and beat on them, they become accustomed to it because it's their world, and they don't feel like nothing wrong because their mama
Mm-hmm.
is wrong. And that's how a lot of guys, they say, well, my mama got beat, my mama stood there, so you take it too. They be having these ideas, and I
Yeah.
realize everybody ain't your mama, nigga, and everybody is not going to deal with that bullshit. Okay. And sometimes I think people forget in relationships, you dealing with living people. They are growing and changing. Yeah, in the beginning, she tolerated, but what if she grew to get out of that and just realized, listen, I fucked up in this relationship. I know my value now. I'm starting to understand I don't deserve this. And the man like, what the fuck you on? You acting brand new. Okay. Now she waking up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes these
Mm-hmm.
relationships, just like Strawberry and Ernest, they are not growing together. You would think in a relationship, you guys are going to be one. You're going to grow together. You know what each other is doing, business wise, relationship wise, friendship wise. honey, some of these relationships are just like goddamn roommates. If you ask me, you don't know nothing about that man. You don't know what he's
Oh yeah.
growing, moving into, what he's getting involved in, and shit. Hell, he don't know shit about you either. Okay, but y'all together. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's hey, what's your thoughts on that? Go ahead,
No,
Kiki.
no, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. When we are in relationship with other people, it's we are in relation to how they function. So we're in relation to how they function with any past trauma they didn't heal from. We're in relation to how they function, if they have different perceptions about different things with, between how we see things and how they do things. So it's not just, roll into a relationship. Well, I want this from this person and so forth. You got to wait and see how this person function. With Chrisean, because like I said, there was a point when I was rooting for her. Um, I just kind of lost it with her when she went on live and she was like, I don't want to be saved, or maybe I don't want to be saved. So it was like, okay, well, look, you're just putting yourself in,
Okay,
like you were
what
saying.
happened?
You said that.
Yeah, I remember Krishan
Once you
Rock,
said that,
she got irritated, Kiki, because a lot of her fans really
yeah,
care for her. And it was like, I want you to do this, you need to do this. And she just got tired. She said, listen, this is my life. I want to make choices. I deserve to make mistakes. If I want to make mistakes, allow me to room to make a mistake. If I'm making a horrible mistake with
she's
being with,
definitely allowed to make.
then let me do it. And she's gone off of her emotions. She know her emotions is wrong, but it feel good to her emotion. Y'all gotta stop giving in to these damn emotions, okay? Okay.
No, yeah.
Rising up, because them emotions gonna cause you a life full of pain and hurt.
She's
Uh-uh.
definitely allowed to make mistakes because she's in her 20s. I'm in my 40s. In your 20s, you're going to do that. So that's understandable. If people are sitting up there and they're trying to help you out, now I understand you can listen to that, but you're going to do whatever you want to do. My thing is don't sidestep what you're hearing and then come online and then sit up there and cry about it. If people are sitting up, sitting up here and they're trying to tell you. But I also understand at some point where she's coming from because she's not a very trusting person because of her background. So it's not so much about her, it's about people that might have the mindset as her. Okay. There are people that do generally care about people. They might say some things, is not to shame, is not to blame, or is to pass judgment. I hate that we have such a
The phone went out again. Kiki phone went out. Sea Island, your thoughts?
Oh, I'm here. I was just listening to the um. My I don't have no thoughts on that sound.
Okay. 312, are you there?
And you,
generational gap right now where
can you hear
Kiki.
me?
our
Yeah, Kiki.
20s right now.
Kiki. I don't know. Diddy got her ass.
I hope y'all can hear me because I got something to say to all of you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes.
And I don't want nobody to be offended because I don't mean this to offend anybody,
Yes,
but this is
ma'am.
what I think
Well, now hold on. Is it
about
about the
relationships.
topic? Is it about the topic at hand?
Yeah, it's about the topic. It's about P. Diddy and all these other people and all this stuff that's going on and
Okay.
how he's able to do all what he's doing. It's a lot of people in this world, and I'm not trying to say anybody in particular, but it's a lot of people with low self-esteem. And it's a lot of desperate women out there. And these men know how to go and get these desperate women. They know what to do, what to say,
and how to pick their bones and everything, because Shirley Strawberry is a grown woman. That woman is overgrown. And this should have never happened to her. But she didn't care. She just wanted a man. You understand?
Say it.
And
Say
that's
it,
how
girl.
It is. Like,
say it.
She just wanted a man. That's all. And any old thing that came along, that's what she took. And that's how this man was able to do it, because he saw her coming. He knew what she was, and he knew what he could do, how far he could go, and he did it. Now, I'm not saying that was right what he did, but that's what he did. That man he ain't gonna do no more than you let them do. I had a snake too, and I got that snake out of there. And I got him out of there quick. That snake had to go. I said, I know what you're doing. You getting out, you get your, you know what? I'm not gonna curse, but you getting your buttocks out of there. Because that's what they do. They see you coming. So that's all I wanted to say.
You better say some more. You sound like you got some good common sense. I want to hear what you got to say, girl. If I was listening to the radio, I still listen. Go ahead.
But it's true, because a lot of men can see that. That's how Puff Daddy is able to get. He knows who's weak and who's not. He knows how to, like cars and all that stuff. Promise you the world. Me, I always bought what I needed myself. I didn't depend on nobody to get nothing from me. I had no other choice, because that's the way I was raised. My mother and father would always tell us, don't take nothing that's not yours, and don't treat people the way you want to be treated. And that's how I always was. And sometimes, sometimes a lot of people like this material thing. And that's how people like Puff Daddy get to these women. They know they want that money. They know what they want. I'm not saying it was right what he did to these women or these men. Men are like that too.
Right.
They want that car. They want that house. They want everything.
You just breaking down predators. You're just breaking down how to attract a predator. You attract a predator by being desperate, by being materialistic, and by being money hungry. That's how you will attract these predators.
And they know it. They know what you want before you even get there. And sometimes people in the back of their mind, they're going to try it because they think that, oh, he ain't going to do that to me. They even know what he did to other people, some of the people that came there after all this happened. And he still was able to get through because they want that money. They want them clothes. They want this jewelry. They want the, what's that stuff? The butt and the lips and all that. That's what they like, And in order to get it, they'll get with somebody like P. Diddy, but they don't know he's a devil waiting to stick a fork in them and get them. But they don't see that because they're just thinking about that money. That's all it is. It's always about money. Instead of about trying to get someone that's in your life that's on the same level as you, you'll take anything that's not on the same level.
Yeah,
and
but Cheryl had a lot of money. Cheryl had money.
But yes, she got money.
I said Cheryl had money.
Desperation. Shirley Strawberry was just desperate. She just wanted a man. And she wanted somebody in her life, and she just chose the first thing that came along. She couldn't help it,
But okay, ain't nothing wrong with wanting a man. Ain't nothing wrong with wanting a man, but don't you want a man that's gonna love you and respect you? Don't you want a man that's not gonna bring shame to you?
People don't ask for that. People don't ask for that. They just say, "Oh, I just want a man." Now God will send you a man, but you don't know what kind of man is coming. You see what I'm saying? It could be any old kind of man. And that's with anybody, any relationship. You have to understand, people show you the signs when they first get there. But a lot of times people ignore it and they keep going. And these men know that you're desperate because they know how to pull your strings. In the beginning, they see what they can get away with and what they can't. And if you keep letting them get away with it, they're going to keep doing you any kind of way. And when your child come and tell you that something has happened, and you turn a blind eye like nothing ever happened and ignore that child, you know your child better than anybody on this earth know your child. And you know what your child will do and what your child will accept and what they won't do. And if you sit up there and ignore that child, when that child comes to you, that's because you don't want to lose that man. That's all it was. She didn't want to lose him. And she knows she would have listened to her daughter and her daughter told her what he was doing. Then she knew that man was going to be gone because she was going to have to get rid of him. But she didn't want to. She still wanted to be with that man. So she put up with all of that and still lost this man because this man was never no good from the beginning. And it's not just the things that he did. He just wasn't no earthly good. And that was the bottom line. And she knew it. She just overlooked it and didn't care. She wanted that man. So sometimes women are willing to put up with things that they know they don't need to put up with in order to have somebody with them. That's how it is. And I'm telling you, it's like a lot of people like that, going around all accepting things that they know they don't need to accept. And instead of looking at these people for what they are, when you see the devil, you let that devil go. Because if you keep them around you, sooner or later you're going to get burnt. And you don't need that. You know, you take that devil out of there right away. Because that devil ain't coming there for nothing but to kill, steal, or destroy you. And that's the honest truth. And that's how it is. You see it, I used to watch this picture, For My Man. Had these little girls going around doing all kind of crazy stuff. And I can always say, people that can't make you do nothing. You, in the back of your mind, you want to do it anyway. You just allow them to do it and let you do it. How are you going to go killing people? And then this man going around now, he ain't going to jail and your butt in jail. And this man walking around getting another woman to take your place to do the same thing. You got to think before you get involved with these people. Get involved with these people head first. They look at this pretty face. Oh, he's looking good. Oh, this man thing is big over here. I think I'll get this one. And that big thing man is the very devil you probably don't need. But that's what they do, you know. And I'm not saying, you know, that it's, you know, that's the way it is. But sometimes you have to understand. A lot of times these people get out there and they don't think about what they're doing. They just do things without thinking. And that's how these men are able to crawl and creep into your heart and get to you. Once they get you, that's it. A lot of them ain't gonna leave. They're gonna sit up and do all these unearthly things just because this man, so they won't lose this man. And that's the honest truth. And I don't know if it's about how to be a predator or what, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is. A lot of women are losing their souls because of it. And they think, and it's not another thing, it's not about looks to men. Remember that. A man will dig in any hole they see most of the time. And when you sit up there and say, oh, he like that, he left me for that ugly woman. No, he didn't leave you for no ugly woman. He left you for another woman, period. It doesn't matter whether she's ugly or pretty. Men don't think like that. They get with anybody they can get with. Soon as that somebody turn them down, they'll be right talking to another person in that next minute. Because that's how it is. Men are dogs. They got that dog in them, and they can't help it. And they got to go after they prey. That's what they do. That's all. You got some good ones now. I'm not saying all men, because you got some good ones.
But every time we look on the internet, we see these dog ass men from Jeezy yesterday and Neo. That's all we see. That's all we hear.
That's what Neo always been. He wrote a good song for Beyonce. He wrote a good song for Beyonce, but he's always been like that. I think Neo, you know, he just wants to be out there with different women, but sometimes he tries to settle down, but that's not what he really wants. He wants to be out there and do what he do and everything. And a lot of times they try to be what they're not. And you got to be true to yourself.
Yeah, just get out these damn relationships. Why do these men want to be in a relationship if they don't want to be faithful and honorable? Do they just want to use women? Is that what it is? I think they want to use the women to make them look good sometimes. Because sometimes they be running so much, you know, and then they got to get somebody by their side to say, okay, he's doing good by his family. A lot of times they hide by kids too, you know, hide behind kids and everything. Because in our area, men don't like to take care of no kids. A lot of these men don't like to take care of those kids. I ain't never seen so many people.
Yeah, they don't like to take care of no kids. Nigga, excuse my language. But
girl, but you said
it.
you said it's so natural.
These men are run from kids. They don't take care of no kids.
Mm-hmm.
They be like, I ain't doing it. I got things to do. That's how they are. The courts have to make them take care of their kids. They ain't thinking about no kids.
Or they throw them off on their mama.
And that's how
they throw them off on that mama.
They got dog on their mind. Once they get planted, once they get the kids and everything involved, half the time, if you break up, they be glad if you get somebody else to take care of them kids. Then when they get grown and get some money, then they come back, oh, that's my son. Oh, yeah, that's my daughter. And don't even know what they like or nothing because they didn't raise them. And that's why a lot of these young girls don't know how to act with these men and everything because they wasn't raised, some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. They wasn't raised by their mother or father. And really, to me, mother and father, it's good to have a mother and father to raise you and everything because you learn from both. You know what I'm saying?
You just hope that mother and father, is a good, healthy relationship because there's a lot of mothers and fathers that are not good. So I can't say both mothers and fathers.
I can say for my mother and father.
We gotta add. But see, 312, just like you said, you just praying for a man. It gotta be a certain type of man. So when it comes to these parents,
tell him exactly what kind of man you want. I just want a man.
It gotta be a certain type of parents because I know some parents right now. They fight in front of their kids. They do sugar boogers in front of their kids and everything. So it's a lot of. Well, I seen it. I see it in my neighborhood. It's lot. It's a lot of garbage parents.
In the neighborhood, they do that.
It's a lot of garbage parents. Sometimes, and you can tell it's a lot of garbage parents because look what they produce. Look what they produce.
That's
so.
That's
girl.
You back?
You right.
No, I agree. I am agreeing. It is the quality of the parents, like you said. And that's why I said, if you have a healthy and emotionally...
And they said you don't... My mother is like this. My mother said you don't fall for everything you see. You be a little choice. Sometimes you have to be. Because anything will come up in your life if you don't. And then you rather not have regrets or anything like that. And hurting somebody's feelings don't mean nothing to me. If this person ain't right, he ain't right. And I would be the first to tell him, hey, you ain't what I'm looking for. So keep on stepping, brother, because I don't want you. Keep on going.
But you know what? You know it's sad. 312. You can't even say that. They feel like you offended them. They're gonna want to pop you in your mouth because you reject them. It's sad out here. It is sad.
Hey, I just told a man the other day. He came up in my face. First he was when one woman's face, then he came up in my face. I said, I just told you. I said, you've been in everybody's house, all over the neighborhood. Now you done finally got to me. Well, get your butt on, because I don't want you either. Get on. And he said, who you think you talking to? And I was like, I'm talking to you. And what you want to do? And, and then he just stepped back. Because I was playing my lottery. I didn't have time for that.
I know that's right.
To win some money. I wasn't thinking about that.
And I just want to say kudos for you, 312, for being honest and brave. Because a lot of people are not brave enough. And they fear men. Like, okay, I'll give you my number. Because we see on the news every day, these men out here are taking women out for rejecting them. And that's sad. You don't even have the freedom to say no in peace. No in peace.
Well,
yeah,
I'm lucky in that way because it's like this. Most of the people that try to say something to me, I just be honest with them. Because if you're not honest with them and then you play games with them, that's when they take you out too.
Yeah, that's true.
You sit up there and play like you want them and you know you don't want them. That's what hurt them really more. So if you don't want somebody, you tell them then. I'd rather tell you now than to tell you later, because later it might not never come. That's the way I see that.
Kiki, Talk to me.
I agree with her.
And what were you gonna say about quality parents, Kiki? Because you was gonna start, and I feel like you was
Socialize.
good.
Yeah, because I feel like men are socialized to be, or men have been. I will say that men have been, and what I say that this is not every man, because I know every man is different, but men have been socialized to be pretty much working mules. In other words, I go to work, I come home, I provide for the house financially, you take care of everything else. Okay, so that's how a lot of men think. As long as I'm sitting up here and I'm providing financially, and there's some women, and if they're down with that, that's cool. If he's just providing financially. But like I said, when it comes to raising kids, it involves both parents. There is a role for both. So when there is an absence of that, it reflects in our culture. It reflects in our community when there is an absence of that. Yeah, a woman can definitely, because I'm a woman, I'm a single parent. Yeah, we can definitely sit up here and raise boys to be, because there's the thing, you can't really raise them to be a man, you can raise them to be a gentleman. But I do make sure that he has mentors and so forth, male mentors and so. But this is the thing that we have to kind of have.
Then if that's the case, 99% of the black community ain't no men.
Well,
Okay.
But who's responsible for that? Who's responsible? Who they tell us is responsible for that?
The men that left, that put it in and were not responsible, did not take accountability.
Thank you.
Did not offspring and left.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have to be responsible for how their member works too. We gotta be responsible for everything.
Yeah, but
we gotta be accountable and responsible for everything.
They want to throw a shot. Well, you can't raise a man, but bitch, your daddy wasn't there. Your daddy don't want nothing to do with you. So what are you? What the hell are you? And what the hell is the whole community? Because most of them didn't have no damn daddy. Your daddy don't want to be bothered, boy. You don't know your daddy. Yeah. And some of y'all got daddies.
But who they hold responsible for that?
Wait, KK, because some of these people out here, their daddy's still alive, and their sons out here, and their daddy still don't want shit to do with their ass. And they hurting. They hurting. You know what it is?
Thank you.
Place anger. They're really mad at their daddy, but they don't got the balls.
Yes.
Don't blame it all on you.
Yes.
Hell, you know how to find the hoes. You know how to find your daddy show and make him have a conversation with you. They're not making their daddies having a conversation with them. They're off with another family, another doing and living his best life. But they're not holding their daddy accountable. They're not running down their daddy and talking to their daddy.
No, you know they blame it on the one. They blame it on the mother. They blame it on the mother for not keeping the daddy there.
Anger. Anger when I'm really mad at somebody else, but I take my anger out on you. But I'm really mad at another person. It's like anger.
And that's why I said, as women, look, just think about what you want. Enforce your boundaries. Because we can see this person tell you, okay, well, this is what men want. This is what women want. Think about what you.
Okay, Kiki, you going in and out.
And that's all. And make sure that your boundaries are not. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, and just that's pretty much what it is. Enforce your boundaries, and whatever your boundaries are, think about self as well. It's not selfish to think about yourself. It's not selfish to put your
Well, Kiki, that's why I got you. Better think about your damn self. You think that nigga gonna think about you when he's out there cheating on you, huh? Do you think
self,
that nigga don't care
But
about you when he
this is something that
do you think that nigga don't give a damn when he catch them bumps and come back and lay it with you and knowing he got some shit? Do he tell you? Hell no. You better think about your
right,
damn self if you want to live longer.
right,
Better think about yourself.
yeah,
What's wrong with
yeah, yeah.
you?
That's not
These niggas
selfish at all.
and take your credit card and charge your shit up. You bet they don't think about your ass when they take your car and they out here driving
Okay.
donuts, being
With another
irresponsible
woman.
in your damn car. They crash it, you have to pay for it because they don't got shit no way.
Yeah.
You better think about yourself. You're a fool if you don't.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, three.
You
Three.
better think about yourself.
You got anything else to say?
Girl,
No, I was just saying that. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you for having me on tonight.
take your car. I thought you was gonna say they'll take your car and put another woman in it too.
Well, you know they
They
will
sure
do
will.
it.
They'll be driving. They will do that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And do they think? Do you
Yeah,
think
they
they're gonna
will.
think about you? Hell no. They
They're
would.
not thinking nothing about
They will have another woman in your own bed, your own house, and they don't think about you. Your picture could be right up on that wall. They ain't doing shit.
it. So ain't. So
They
ain't.
will
They'll probably
cheat
put
on
that
you.
picture down and carry on.
They will cheat on you on a phone that you pay for. You pay for that phone. You pay for the bill on that phone, and they'll still cheat on your ass with that goddamn phone. Okay, so
Yeah, they will.
you better think about yourself. You're a fool if you don't.
Oh my God.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but people just got to be awoke and do what they need to do because all that stuff, sometimes you bring that stuff to yourself too. Sometimes you got to pay attention. And when you see some flags, you pay attention to those flags because they are there.
Honey,
you see when how a person is. When
honey.
you first meet them, they tell you.
When I tell you my flag go up like a damn antenna on a TV back in the day, you know how them goddamn. Do y'all remember antennas? Press 2 if you remember antenna. You know I'm old. I'm old. Honey, we used to have.
I'm 58.
Girl, we used to have them TVs with them big, tall antennas. Talk about the days. Had to move the antenna a certain round so I can get a good look. Honey, when I tell you, my antennas is coming up. Something is up.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Damn, we done moved far. We don't even use antennas no more, girl. Who would have thought? Back in the day, I thought we always have to use some antennas.
No, technology is real good right now.
And it keep moving.
You can do a lot of stuff now that we couldn't do a lot of these things now. We didn't, you get jobs on apps now. You got all kind of stuff going now. We didn't have all that when we was coming up. We didn't have all that. But now you got all kind of opportunities. And just like I say, you want something, you get it yourself. And then if you get somebody in your life, that's good. But at least you know that you got it, what you needed yourself as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, stay right there. Hold on. I got another caller. Calling from 757. Okay. No, you stay right there. 757, you there?
Okay.
Yes, Precious Gigi.
What's going on?
Nothing. I was just I wanted to talk about how people should be like more aware.
Got it. Do you have me on speaker?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you get me off here?
What I was saying was, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I was nothing but like, I think 19, and it was just me and my cousins, and it was like 12 or 13 of us. And we went to a club out in Virginia Beach called Royal Blue. Now, we were in our own group by ourselves, just as women. And we go to the bar, and we enjoying ourselves. You know, the birthday girl, she, you know what I mean, she didn't wear the crown or nothing to show that she the birthday girl, but you know she the birthday girl because we all smiling at her. So this one guy come up to her and he tried to get her phone number. She said, no, I have an old man. I have a man, but thank you anyway. She said it real nice. So then about another half hour later, he comes back with a drink and he said he want to celebrate her birthday. And we trying to figure out, you know what I mean? Like, really? And then
you can't pick up a hint, nigga.
No. And then when we leave in the club, we see the dude coat, but we don't see him. So we like, oh, the kid must put him out. He must have been hollering at a whole lot of girls. So we get on the interstate at what's it called? Hampton Boulevard out north of Virginia Beach area. When we get on the interstate and we go through the tunnel and we hit the Poindex exit, which is the next exit after the tunnel, this dude pulls out his gun.
What? Pow, pow. He pull out his thing. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gigi, my bad. Because I'll never forget this. This is 26 years later, I'm telling you. So this moment, it really messed me up because this man got denied at least 4 times in my face. You know what I'm saying? He got denied back and forth. And then all the rest of the women agreeing to tell him to leave you alone. And this man follows us miles. Just because he got denied, he waited for the perfect moment for our cars to split up instead of driving beside each other. You know how girls do. You know what I'm saying? When you riding together, y'all wave at each other, drive beside each other and stuff like that. But soon as we separated cars, he pulled up real fast and he just blah, 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 blah,
wow.
And she still she didn't have kids then. She still has a bullet in her head right now. And she has 3 kids. Amen.
Did they find him?
No, they have not found him.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, I've always been aware. I keep I use my peripherals more than I use straight away sometimes. Because y'all never know when a circumstance or a person is out of whack and what somebody's mentally going through.
That's
true. What I'm saying? And I've been wanting to say this for a couple of days now.
It need to be more awareness on these men because these men are the one doing this. A lot of these kings, your black kings, is doing it to these black girls, honey, and they got the hot what?
Yeah, and then let me tell you too about my story, Gigi. I'm a professional woman, open factories, restaurants, hotels, trained the crews, worked corporate, went around the United States plenty of times. I don't like to travel out of the United States, but I did all of this and I did not have any children. And, I did ask for my child. I promise y'all this. I asked for my child at the age of 8. I wrote in a book and my mama threw the book away. But, that was back in the day. But lie to you not, I had the baby during that time period and that age that I asked God for him. But you know what? The one thing I did not ask the Lord for, who was the father? I didn't ask for a good man. I didn't ask. So you gotta watch out for who you ask for sometimes. So you gotta watch out what you ask God, because He'll give it to you. Mm-hmm. But you don't know how He's gonna give it to you. You understand?
Yeah.
And I was, I was at an impatient moment, you know what I'm saying? But, sometimes you gotta be patient with yourself. That's the only thing. The reason why everybody's messing up is because you don't have your own patience for your own self. Mm-hmm. And that's what I just want to tell the world. Just have some patience with your own self.
Talk about it, girl. Tell us your testimony. Yes. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that dude, whoever he is. I can tell he is just horrible. I can tell he has traumatized
let me tell you, I got a TikTok, and ain't none of my videos went almost 1 million views other than the one when I had my baby father come to my house plenty of times when I did not allow him to come to my house and he got me put out. I got a whole story. So I just want these
Wow.
women to be more intent on what kind of man you want, because a lot of men have how they get you is that they veil you. They veil you by whatever they know that your needs are. That's how they map you. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they attract you, and that's how they get you, and that's how they keep a hold on you once they figure out that's what you actually need instead of you needing your own self. So, yeah. So,
I'm
I'm going to go
so
ahead and keep
sorry you have
listening to
to
you,
deal
Gigi.
with
But I just
that,
want
boo.
to tell the world that, just want all the women, all y'all pretty things out there to be safe, because I love everybody. I do.
You do.
And
I can
circumstances
tell.
can happen at any time. So, you know what I mean? I just pray for everybody, and everybody stay safe.
Do you have any words for advice for Strawberry? Do you think that you can relate to her to some degree or no? Because, well, Ernesto, he ain't. I don't know, girl, or any
I'm
of them,
not doing
Shaw
that because
or
she's too old.
Chrisean.
She's too old. Once you go over the age of 30, it's like your taxes. I mean, not taxes, but your credit score. You ain't got no business having a 484 when you're supposed to be having almost an 800 or a 786. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to know you got to know that God made you mentally at your age to be competent enough to know your right and wrong and which direction you need to go with. And that's what she messing up at. She don't have time for that, but she's doing it anyway. And you too old. We don't know we're going to be here tomorrow. We don't know if he's going to give us our ticket tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people, quit. What you arguing for? Because you don't even know if you got a ticket tomorrow. You might get cashed in tonight. People don't think about that. I had an argument with a man. He was arguing with a lady, and I was trying to calm him down. And he come at me. I said, look, dude, you don't have to do that, because guess what? You woke up today, didn't you? He said, yes, I did. I said, there it is. And he calmed down right there.
Girl, you brave. You brave. If I see a nigga, I'm going out the way. Because they like to fight.
Of course, I'm going to have my 380 and my 22 in my bag. I always keep two.
They like to
people,
fight. They like to fight.
Love, but yes, but see, yeah. But I try to, sometimes you can speak to certain people, sometimes you can't. And you gotta peep that out in people too. You can sense it on people. You can feel it sometimes. People ignore that. Y'all ignore y'all senses like a mug, and that's what gets you in trouble in the first place.
All right. Well, thank you so much. All right, you can stay on if you want. I'm gonna put you back on hold. 312, you there?
Yes, she's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Like that.
Fan of yours, Gigi, since before.
Did you go 757? What you say?
I said I've been a fan of yours.
Thank you.
Your first, since your first
video.
App.
Got it.
Your original app. I've always loved you, and I've always supported you, and I pray that you make it fast, high as above you can go.
I appreciate that.
Yes. I've been one of your originals, always here, listening to you, sharing everything. I've always seen your. I seen what you was saying in yourself, and I always will. No matter what you go through and do, I appreciate you.
And I appreciate you too. And I thank you for being open and vulnerable to tell your story, because that ain't easy.
All day. Gigi, you bring it out of people. Stop playing.
Huh?
You bring it out of people. Stop playing.
I'm just saying, that's not easy. I'm still thinking about the birthday party, how he could not say no. And I was just telling 3112, she's brave for denying a man, because at this point, shit, anybody can have my number. I ain't saying no.
That's one of my techniques too, Gigi. I give up. You know what I mean? That's one of my things. If I see a guy come at me and he keep looking at me and want that number, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give him another kind of number that I don't know nothing about, and I'm going to take his, and I'm going to tell him I'm going to text him while I walk away. That's what y'all need to do.
Girl, at this point, because
when they say, let me call your number, no, don't. I'm going to text the phone, text you right now. While you stand there, you walk away.
They might grab you by your damn wig. No, I ain't gonna do that. Listen, You know, and I think for me,
Hey, Gigi, that's what. Hey, look, that's why I don't even put my wig all the way on to do cornrows and put that jacket on. Because if I gotta pull it off and run, I'm gonna pull out this.
but I would hate for an ugly man to talk to me, and then you got other men that I really want to talk to. He's like, damn, she talking that ugly motherfucker, okay? Or a bum. I'm like, damn, I gotta give my number to his ass. As soon as they come, I'm just gonna say, you want the number here? Get my number so you can leave me the fuck alone, okay? Just take my number, nigga. Yeah, take my number. Put it in your phone. All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Bye. Okay. And I just hope
they misery right away.
And I hope you don't see them. Okay, what if you go to a regular bar and then they've been calling you and you ignore it?
The bar.
I'm just saying hypothetically. Then you go to that same bar, his ass, what the fuck? Why you been ignoring me? You can't do nothing, can you? You can't do shit.
Oh, I had one of them, GD. You just tell them something quick. Like, look, my baby, look, you start making up husbands and everything, and problems and stuff.
Okay, well, you got a husband, you got a boyfriend, but what I see you up here, I see you flirt with them other niggas. What's up with that? Why they get your attention, but I can't get your attention? I'm not good enough for you or something?
Dang, Gigi, you be getting everybody in the corner, man. I don't like them, man.
I don't know what to say to that.
I don't know what to say.
You think I'm dumb? You trying to play me? If you didn't like me, then why you giving your number? See the games you play. You know I've been thinking about you all night, right?
Oh, no, let me tell you. I got something for that too, Gigi. Now, I've done that before too. I've had two best friends. One of them I liked, and the other one, he tried to talk to me after the one that I liked. Found out he had a wife. Yeah, I did that. I act like I was a twin. I act like I was twin. 2 different girls.
They're gonna let me see them pictures.
Oh no, they had to be dumb, man. Well, I was like, where your green ass super at? I said, man, she gonna wear good.
But you know what else too? I think also do you think that environment plays a big part? You cannot go to every environment. Do you feel like with certain environments you won't get that type of guys? Or do you think all of them?
You got to realize
because look at Diddy
built with monsters.
Right, because look at Diddy
on this earth.
Right, look at Diddy and Ernesto. They got money, but
they're not like that. Sometimes they're not like that. It depends on where you're at. It does.
Got it.
But and it depends on their past. It depends on who broke them. You know what I'm saying? Because a broken person can put all of that stuff on future people.
But I also feel that I think they're all everywhere. I don't think it's nowhere you can escape them. I think that these monsters and predators are everywhere. I think they're in a church. They just have a different form. I think in a church, if you was like trying to talk to him, or he's trying to talk to you, talking about some let's do Bible study. God been talking to me, and he appointed me your direction. I've been praying, and God has really talked to me to talk to you about this, sister, and I want for us to bond, because I think they'll come up with a project. I want us to do a holy project, and you great for it. That's some bullshit, okay? But then if you don't want,
I've had one pastor tell me we're gonna start Bible study from scratch. We're gonna start from the first page of the book. I said, you got to be joking. Is this the best line you can do?
But yeah, I don't think the church men would take you out of here. You know, like the men at the clubs. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think, they won't do that. So.
Yeah, I see. I don't go to the club though. I never went to the club or anything.
Got it.
Oh, I did.
I go to the store, but I don't go to the club. I went to the store and I was pregnant in about. Let me leave that alone. But I don't go to the club though. I don't. That's not my scene. I never did. I don't go there. I go to the laundromat, the store, or somewhere like that.
They get you at the laundromat.
And I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay. Calling
Usually
from
when I went to the club, it was just for revenge. When my man did me dirty, that's what I did. I went to the club.
Calling from 808. You're live on the air.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So, you ladies, y'all got me. I'm lost on this conversation about men. I mean, yeah, I'm a
Tony?
man, so you know, huh?
This Tony?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hey, Tony. What's going on?
Hey. Well, I was saying y'all got me on this conversation here about the men. I don't know how to. I mean, you know, some of us brothers got some problems, and we don't come to women correct. So I'm not one of them, but I hear it, and you know, to all you good ladies out there, all I can do is apologize to you. I mean, you know, I'm hearing these stories, and I'm like, wow. Yeah.
It's so many stories. We cover these stories all the time. And thankful that caller 757, her friend made it. But oftentimes these Black girls don't even make it home.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And she made a valid point by making sure that, you know, the lady has her credit score in order so that she can do things for herself and, you know, not depend on a man, but have herself together. I agree with that because, I mean, you know, that's important. Suppose something happened to him. He doesn't have anything to leave a legacy. And all men should, you know, be able to leave a legacy for their family if something should happen to them. You know, one thing you do, make sure you get some insurance and make sure you get that insurance at the value of what you worth. So if you have a home, your home costs you $500,000, well, you need $1 million for the insurance coverage. You know, that's it, because your home may not be paid for. So you want to cover that and have a nest egg to start your life together. And you know, you need to be saving for the kids' college fund. You know, so that's just the things that a man is supposed to do. But I understand that there's a lot of fellas out here that just don't think that way nowadays. They think about hitting and that's it. And then, you know,
that's
to
the
lie
one
to them.
thing these men are not instilling in these boys. You hit it right on the nose. They're not doing it. You just can't blame them right there. They're not doing it. They leaving them out there to do it on their own, to come in on their own.
Yeah, because I mean, you know what I see nowadays, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody, but I'm saying, you know, I see these guys, you know, they look like thugs, they want to be thugs, and it's like the ladies, nice looking women, they love it, and then they let these dudes move in their home, and you know they may be on Section 8 or living in the projects, and you got this dude up in your house eating your food, taking food from your children, and this Negroid won't even go to work, but he hustling. I mean, what is it about that?
That's what she's going through right now with her dude. He tripped. Ain't no way.
Yeah. Because I mean, you know, I always worked. I mean, you know, and it's you got to have your own, brothers. We got to do better than this right here. You want a good looking woman? Hey, her hair's got to be kept. Her nails got to be kept. She got to be kept. And if you don't work, how you gonna help her keep her? You know, she has a right to that because she's cooking for you more than likely, taking care of your needs. You know what I'm saying? Your needs after midnight, your needs, and you know, and then she's worth it. She's worth it. So
say it out loud. Women are worth it.
That's right.
Of course, the women are worth it. You're queens. You know. If you go back and look at Pharaoh and all of them, they had all them queens they had. I ain't seen that one of them look shabby. None of them. So obviously there's something to that. And a woman is a queen. If she's your queen, then she should be kept like one. That's what I'm saying.
Shirley is just too old for that. What she going through? She's just too old to be having her mentality like that. She's acting like
Oh, well,
a 22-year-old woman.
Okay,
with
but
this guy.
see, okay. Now that's the other side of that coin too. Now, see, okay, you got a sister or a female that's making good money, right? Got their own, okay, and they don't want to settle for the dude on the low totem pole, but they'll settle for a shyster that look halfway good. So you got a trophy shyster. You know, women collect trophies too. You know, men collect trophies, but women collect trophies too. She thought this joker was a trophy, but what she got was the base. She didn't get the trophy; she got the base. That's what she got.
Wow.
She got the base, and then she got a plaque with no writing on it. Where did he do that at? You know, but that's what she wanted. She wanted. You know, I can give you a good story. This is a good story, and this is very true. There's this model, ex-model, used to be high end. Got married to this joker, and I'm talking about the joker because the joker is a friend of mine. Okay, so this joker wanted to open up restaurants, but he wasn't a loyal dude. So he got the restaurants open, and he's got the hustle game, so he can get the restaurant, he can get the people to invest in the restaurant, but he don't pay no bills. He don't pay no bills. Y'all know who I'm talking about. The joker don't pay no bills. So the restaurant get closed down. Here you got the woman. She making good money, traveling all over, doing stuff, have stuff going on.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now.
You settle for this joker because he looked halfway good. You know, got him a nice silver beard and everything. But that's what you wanted. But you got what you wanted. A zero.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what he is. He's a zero. You know,
I'm going back on speakerphone, Lady Gigi.
Okay, who is this? 213. Okay, 757. Yeah. Okay. Hold on for 1 second. Calling from 678. Okay. Are you there?
Yes, I am, darling. How are you tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm marvelous, darling. Listen, I just wanted to speak on behalf of Cassie. There was a caller that called in and said that Cassie didn't seem to have the backbone to do what she did, and that just wasn't her. And it wasn't. What her husband, you know, she's married and she have a child now. Her husband, Diddy, hired him as her trainer to keep her in shape.
Yes.
That was who he trusted her, the trainer.
Yes.
So the trainer got the 30 million and all. And that's who was her backbone, the Caucasian guy that she married.
Right.
That's who did that negotiation and got the money and gave her enough incentive to ask Diddy for the money. Because certainly they spent a lot of time together and she was confiding in him. I guess that's how they fell in love. So he said, hey, well, we going to make him pay. And that's how I feel that came about. What do you think?
So you're pretty much saying that Nick gave her the motivation and the strength to fight Diddy. And I think he did.
Absolutely.
I don't think she had the strength to fight along. And I think it's so much that Cassie learned about herself, about her situation,
right.
about the world.
Right.
When she left Diddy.
They spent a lot of time together. They became friends. And that's how they fell in love. That was someone she could confide in, had no connection directly with Diddy except for paying him to keep her in shape.
Yeah.
And certainly anyone that have a trainer, you have a close connection with your trainer.
Mm-hmm. I'm so happy for Cassie, and I'm glad that she's fighting her bully. Because Diddy, to me, was her bully, and it's like, you know, these bullies that keep bullying people, and finally the victim is getting their revenge.
Right, and her trainer became her ally.
Yeah.
and that's it gave her the incentive to sue and all. So now they living happily ever after on Diddy's 30 million. I don't know which hurt him worse, the guy that he hired to train her.
Now you know that gotta hurt.
Got the 30
Did he
million
know that
the trouble he's in.
I hired this man to come in to do this to my property? Because Diddy never saw her as something special that he cared about. That was his pet.
No,
that was his pet.
And he had no idea that she would confide in the trainer either, because he had her so under controlled.
Right. He saw her as a damn.
She could talk to other than the trainer, because everyone else was connected to him. Yeah, because other than that, she would have never had the strength to do that.
Well, good thing
she's
that
just not built that way. Because if she had strength, she wouldn't have stayed with Diddy all those years.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she learned so much.
Okay, darling, I just wanted to say that because I never heard anyone mention him at all. So that's where the strength came from, and I'm glad they found each other.
Yeah. She found a good one, right?
Absolutely.
By the way, but you know what? She was limited. It wasn't like she can go out and find a man on her own. Like she was only limited to what Diddy
became
supplied.
allies, because she can confide in him. He trusted this guy as far as, he's a trainer. I don't have to worry about him, or whatever. And that's what happened. See, the law works in mysterious ways. He'll send someone to protect you.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. And can you imagine she went from worse to whole much better? Because if you leave Diddy, honey, I think anybody would be better than Diddy.
Well, I never found him appealing anyway.
Well, I'm talking about how he.
I'm flamboyant. I don't like guys like that.
Yeah, Carla, I'm talking about how he treated her, how she was seen as a pet. I'm sure when Nick came in, he saw Cassie as a human being. Okay, he saw her as a delicate flower. Okay, and I don't think Diddy saw her like a goddamn roach. Okay, or a rat that he does lab work on. Like
he's weak himself. That's why he liked the young girls, because they hasn't matured yet and they easily control.
Easily manipulated.
There's no way that he would deal with a real woman, but even though that's not what he would like anyway. But he
I don't know about that, child, because we look at Strawberry. He could do rounds on Strawberry.
Well, you know what? If it wouldn't have been that guy, it'd have been someone else, because she have low self-esteem.
So it's not about age, because Diddy could have easily got with Straw and had her in them rooms doing freak offs. I can see Strawberry up in there doing freak offs. That's my man. Girl, he would have put so much flies and so much shit in Strawberry drink. Okay. He would have definitely drugged her old ass up and sent her.
But you know what? I don't really have any animosity as far as the guy is concerned. But she should have been mature enough to know. How do you let a guy come in your life at that age with no bank and you supporting him? So I don't have any respect for that anyway. So, it's not like she's a kid like Cassie was with Diddy or whatever. Women have to have some type of respect and self-esteem for themselves. You just can't. But listen, this is another thing I want to know. When you guys were talking about the law wasn't in effect, that Diddy was saying when whatever happened, what were you talking about? What happened that wasn't in effect?
Back in 91, he was saying that the statutes was not in fact some of the laws. I have to go back.
Statutes in reference to what?
To Dickerson. Dickerson is an individual. She said that he put something in her drink and he was essaying her.
Well, how was it not in effect for him, but it was for Bill Cosby in the 70s? That's what I wanted to mention too. So, I mean, something is wrong with that story because Bill Cosby things, it went back into the 70s.
That's right.
And 80s.
And that wasn't a
So I don't know how you guys missed that.
Yeah, but you know, this is what his lawyers are saying. Just because his lawyers are fighting it doesn't mean that he's going to get granted that. But this is just some of the stuff that they are putting up to fight because they have to do something. He's paying them for something. So maybe people feel like, you know, this is another distraction, but it's not going to work. And they are saying that he's going to take all his money and he's going to put it up to the RICO case because he have a RICO coming up soon. So, yeah.
Right.
So they said that with this case, they're going to keep delay. Yes, it's not going to work, but it's going to cause for an excuse for the case to get delayed again.
And it might go away like T.I. and Tiny.
I forgot about that case.
Because nothing you heard nothing else about that.
Yeah, but they don't have good lawyers. The person that light-skinned girl, I forgot her name. I don't think she had good lawyers, and she run her mouth. She talked too damn much.
Oh, she's very literate. So that's, you know, I know who you're speaking of. But still, I mean, even so, if she didn't have an attorney, she wasn't the only person. They might be coming for Candy too. Because all she's saying is we find these papers and all, and so they can't talk and all, and this and that. So she better be careful too. And she admits she does. Hers is just they have to sign this papers so they can't discuss what happened and whatever. So that might be something coming too. I don't know. I guess it just freaks everywhere.
Well, they said Dickerson is suing Diddy under the New York Services for Victims of Human, Trafficking law, which Diddy lawyers note it was not in effect until 2007.
Well, so I don't know why he was saying he should let his attorney speak for him.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's not speaking. His attorneys, his people are saying this is representative. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, all it was the attorney that spoke.
Yeah, he ain't speaking nothing. All right.
Smart move.
Yeah, but it's
all right. You have a marvelous evening, darling.
You too, baby. Thank you. It's getting late, y'all. I know I started late and I'm leaving early. I just want to say thank you all. I'm ending the show. I love you guys, especially Pretty Girl. You came up here and showed your story. I think that was so heartfelt. And maybe we should have more stories like that. I love you guys for real. So make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe. And I will be here tomorrow at 9:15 p.m. And I love you guys. I enjoy the show. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to Mike. Shout out to C. Allen. Shout out to Rashida. Shout out to Kiki and the other Kiki. All of y'all, all right? And I'm out. DJ, where you at? Everybody keep asking me, where is KFC? I don't know where she is. Do y'all want me to get KFC number? Press 1 if you want me to get KFC number so I can call her and tell her. Okay, but KFC, you are Miss Girl. They love you. All right, I'm out.